We may begin.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, September 5th, 2024, and the time is 2:22 p.m. And we are in the Building and Safety Boardroom at 201 North Ferrara Street, 9th floor, Los Angeles, California. I am President Iris Mason, and I will be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Farmby and Nash. I'm going to go over some housekeeping items before we get started. This meeting is being recorded. Therefore, we ask that when addressing the commission, you please speak close to the microphone and only one person at a time. Please state your name each time you speak. Members of the public who wish to only listen to the commission meeting and not provide public comment may call council phones at 213-621-2489 or 818-904-9450. This meeting is also being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch this meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov. We will be following the agenda order for the most part. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door along with speaker cards. Individuals who are physically here and wish to address this commission must fill out a speaker card and specify which item or items you're going to speak on. Individuals can provide public comment or comments about a specific agenda item in person or virtually via the Zoom link provided on the agenda. If you are present at the meeting, please fill out a speaker card and turn it in to Irene or Josie. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and clearly state your name. If you are in the Zoom call, when the item you wish to speak on is called, press *9 to get on the speaking queue. The Commission Executive's Assistant will call out each speaker by the last 4 digits of their phone number to identify the caller. The caller will be prompted to unmute themselves by dialing *9. We will consider general public comment and single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for general public comment and 1 minute per item with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple items. In total, an individual speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes of public comment per meeting. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any agenda item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the Commission Executive Assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and/or which other item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. PowerPoint presentations presented to the Commission today, whether it is by the department or applicants, will be posted online and made available to the public via DCR's website within 2 business days. For those attending in person, the in-person meeting, please be aware that after 6 p.m., if you leave the 9th floor and wish to return, you will need to check in with security on the 1st floor to re-enter and access the elevators to the 9th floor. We ask that you please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate so as not to disturb the proceedings. We ask that you please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. We are now on to agenda item number 1, which is a report from the Executive Director. Ms. Garakian, is there a report?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I just have a brief report today. Just want to say thank you all for being here. I know some of you have to, but we appreciate it. We appreciate whenever our applicants and licensees who are before the commission come in person to speak. It's something that we, and I think the commission, value a lot. And thank those members of the public who came to speak on other items. And thank the folks that are on the phone or listening online. Just going to go over some licensing numbers here. Again, this will be available on our website, specifically on the commission page following this commission. But each quarter, our numbers are increasing as businesses, especially social equity businesses, get temporary approval thanks to the governor signing Senate Bill 51 last year, which extends the provisional temporary approval or provisional licensing date for social equity retailers. You guys can see the numbers up on the screen. I don't think I need to go through it, but some pretty impressive numbers. I think LA may have the most amount of license activities in the nation. Not entirely sure, but I'm going to say yes. Next slide. All right, some key updates here. We are in renewal season. I'm sure it's everybody's favorite time. Certainly not ours, but it's something that must be done per our ordinance. So we launched the 2025 renewal period on Monday, September 2nd. It went out, this notice went out in our news bulletin. If you didn't get that or didn't read that, please sign up for updates at our website at cannabis.lacity.org. We start this process very early in the year, so folks have enough time to pay their renewal fees. Licenses not renewed by Tuesday, December 31st at 2024 must cease operation until the renewal has been completed. We also sent out a couple of invoices or a couple of emails, I think two at this time, to general applicants who are not social equity retailers that unfortunately we will have to be invoicing for some annual licensing activities. First of these emails went out on August 30th, August 19th, letting folks know that we'd be invoicing starting on the 30th. So folks have received an invoice, total about 111 invoices were sent. DCR will continue to send invoices as applicants receive their notice of complete application. 97 social equity retail applicants will receive a fee waiver for their retail storefront annual application fees this week, with an additional 98 receiving fee waivers by the end of the year. We were able to negotiate some grant funding from the California Equity Grant to help offset annual licensing fees for social equity retailers. So thank you very much to GoBiz. Next. That's it for me.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Garakian? Thank you for your report. Good to see you. We'll move on to item 2, which is commission business. Commissioners, you should have an advanced calendar in front of you with our future meeting dates. Please take a look and let us know if there are any planned absences. President Mason will not be here on January 16th.
November 21st. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Farnby. We are going to move on to approval of minutes. We were sent the minutes of August 15th, 2024 for review. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Thank you. Commissioner Farnby, I make the motion to approve the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizzo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Moving on to commission announcements and updates. Are there any announcements or updates, commissioners? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to future agenda requests, if any. Now's the time. Okay, moving on. Item 3 on the agenda, Neighborhood Council presentations. This is a reminder that any representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk which relates to any agenda item will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the Commission Executive Assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. That closes item 3. Item 4, public comment period. We will now open general public comment or single and multiple agenda items. Speakers can address the commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide public comment for any items in today's agenda. If you are listening on a live stream and have called to provide public comment via Zoom, please mute the live stream audio before you begin speaking to eliminate feedback. We will alternate between calling up individuals here at the meeting and those on the call. Please bear with us. I'll start with the first speaker. Last name Smith. First name is Zachary.
Hi, dear esteemed members of the Cannabis Regulation
Sir, can you
Commission.
please state your name?
My name is Zachary Smith. I'm here on item 23 of today's agenda.
You have 1 minute.
He has more. I'm sorry, this is President Mason. He's doing number 23 in general comment
Okay, 2
according to the
minutes.
card.
Okay, thank you. Dear esteemed members, I am here in opposition to application 310116 for the Nordoff Company. I am a resident of Eagle Rock. Their facility is doors down from my home. There has been vandalism. There are additional concerns of safety, noise pollution, light pollution. They are the third cannabis dispensary within half a mile of my home. It is also within 2 blocks of an elementary school. I'm concerned that they are forcing a race to the bottom. There's an oversaturation in the market, and they are open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. So every waking hour, I see that green light from my home. And I'm concerned about the safety of the elementary school children in my neighborhood, elder residents who are multi-generational residents. And I'm concerned about the quality of life in my neighborhood as a result of this organization. And I also feel like they are operating without a license already from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. at night. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Treviso, is there anyone in the queue?
Yes, I will call you. Caller with phone number ending in 3222. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hello, this is Robert Vecchio, and I have a general comment.
We cannot hear you. Just a moment. Okay, please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hello, my name is Bobby Vecchio, and I have a general comment.
You have 1 minute.
So I am a licensed cannabis delivery operator in LA, and I'd like to comment on the lack of effective enforcement on illegal businesses. I have 2 illegal stores within 1 block of one of my locations, and I've submitted many complaints to the DCR about both. One of them has been raided 4 times over the past 6 months, yet is still operational. Illegal delivery services are also rampant. The DCR says the LAPD won't investigate my complaint due to a lack of a public address. And I'd encourage you to Google weed delivery right now for yourself, and you'll find plenty of services advertising that they're open 24 hours. Some even openly sell magic mushrooms. How much more blatant can they be? And is it really that hard of a problem to fix? Allowing illegal businesses to thrive sends a harmful message. And please enforce regulations to protect legitimate businesses like mine. They're going to great lengths to do things the right way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Jennifer Strong. Speaking on number 23 and general comment. Please state your name for the record.
My
Yeah.
name is Jennifer Strong, and I'm speaking in reference to the Nordoff Company application 310116, item number 23 on today's agenda. President Mason and members of the Cannabis Regulation Commission, I want to communicate my strong opposition to the granting of a commercial license to the Nordoff Company located at 4515 York Boulevard in LA. As a concerned homeowner who lives very close to the establishment, I have witnessed firsthand the negative impact they're having on our neighborhood. Since they opened in July, there's been a marked rise in incidents of loitering, littering, graffiti, and public marijuana use on nearby streets. These activities have created an environment that feels unsafe, particularly for families with young children and older residents such as myself who have lived on surrounding streets for many years. The increase in traffic due to patrons of off the charts has created significant congestion on local streets, making it difficult for residents to find the street parking that we rely upon and navigate through our neighborhood. Further, the Nordoff Company's location appears to be in violation of LA Municipal Code Section 10502, which outlines the requirement for retail cannabis businesses in LA to be at least 700 feet away from sensitive sites such as elementary schools. The property line of Toland Way Elementary is located within a 700-foot radius of the Nordoff Company's location at 4515 York Boulevard. Now that school is back in session, elementary students from our neighborhood are forced to walk past the school daily on their way to and from school, since the company is currently opening at 6 a.m. and operating every day from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. I am asking the commission to not grant a license to the Nordoff Company. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, anyone in the queue?
We do not have any raised hands in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Last name Chan. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Chan. I'm a homeowner nearby.
Which item are you speaking on,
This
sir?
is the core number 310116 with the Norhoff Company. I'm
You have
today.
1 minute.
Thank you. I'm today with my elderly parents in their 70s, and we're very concerned about the safety with this cannabis store opening. Of course, the other speaker have talked about the proximity to the Toland Middle School. Actually, there are also 2 nearby daycares. I think is within the approximation, and also the saturation of cannabis store in the Eagle Rock and Highland Park neighborhood is. I do not know if we need a 7th or 8th dispensary in our neighborhood. So I'm in strong opposition to this new cannabis store. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, anyone in the queue?
There are no raised hands in the virtual meeting.
Okay, I do not have any more speaker cards, so thank you everyone for your comments. Both the general public comment agenda item and the single or multiple agenda item periods are now closed. I am going to take item 18 out of order at the department's request. And this is Core Record number 100629. The applicant is Elevate Retail. At this time, we will hear from the department.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Assistant Executive Director Jason Clean, or DCR Core number 100629. Since the last meeting, the applicant has notified the department that they lost site control of the business premises location. Therefore, the applicant submitted the necessary paperwork to abandon their record, and this record is no longer before the commission. So we request that the commission take no action on item number 18.
Thank you. So noted, no action will be taken. We're moving on to item number 5 now. That is DCR Core Record Number 310082. This is a request from JWJC Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 2622 South Robertson Boulevard. Mr. Weasel, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll hear from staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Emily Salazar, and I will present item number 5 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 310082 is associated with JWJC Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the West Adams Baldwin Hills Lemert Community Plan area within Council District 10 at 2622 South Robertson Boulevard, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by the DCR with an effective date of June 16, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has met all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0000802-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through April 12, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of Los Angeles Municipal Code LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with this equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants, SEIAs, must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about August 8th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on August 29, 2024. During that meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. 1 written comment was provided. The constituent was against the business operating, with the major concern being the proximity to the local high school and the dangers of cannabis as more is learned about its uses and effects. The applicant did provide evidence of offering to appear before the South Robertson Neighborhood Council to the department after DCR's report had been transmitted to the commission. Therefore, the DCR would like to orally amend the report to reflect that the applicant did comply with the requirements under LAMC Section 104.06B. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for reasons set forth in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their overview. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles, representing the Compliance and Enforcement Division for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. After the last time this item was continued back on July 17th, we had issued a notice to correct to this operator. They had 7 outstanding deficiencies as of today, all except for, I'm sorry, let me take that back. There are still 5 of the 7 deficiencies that have not been addressed, but they are in communications with our compliance analyst. I know that they have recently emailed some other photographs, but I believe that there were some corrections, and so we didn't clear those items off. So there's still 5 items that they still need to provide us with evidence of compliance. If you have any questions, I can go ahead and.
Yes, what are the 5?
Oh, apologize, I thought you had those. Okay, so they still have to register their DBA with the department. They haven't done that yet. They have to display the license that they have to provide the neighborhood liaison contact information for the public that is missing. The employee ID badges are not don't currently show the DCR record number, and the employee ID numbers that they have on file don't match the employee numbers that they have on the badge. So those two need to be reconciled. They were missing the code of conduct. They have posted that since we've issued the NTC, so that's been complied with. At the time of the inspection, when we checked their surveillance recordings, they were not storing them for the required 90 days. So they still need to go ahead and recalibrate or add more. They didn't say how long they're keeping their recordings for, but the regulation requires 90 days. They don't have a written log to access the limited access areas. And we just need some signs for loitering. Those need to be posted. So they're not really difficult things that they need to correct. And like I mentioned, they are working with our compliance analyst and trying to get those deficiencies corrected.
Any other questions for Ms. Wiles, Commissioners?
Give me 1 second,
No
please.
problem.
The report indicates that they did not provide evidence of an offer to meet with the neighborhood council. Is there an update to that?
Assistant Executive Director Jason Kleen. Yes, after the last time this item was continued by the commission, the applicant did provide proof the following day that they did offer to meet. And I believe Ms. Salazar provided oral testimony to update the record to reflect that notice was provided prior to this hearing.
Thank you. When was did the applicant originally receive their notice to correct?
The notice to correct was issued on June 17th.
So the applicants had approximately 2.5 months to
Yes.
correct.
Yes.
Got no other questions.
Commissioner Farnby?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wiles. Is the applicant's representative here with us today?
I believe they're online.
Okay.
Caller with phone number ending in 3273, please state your name and how you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission. They dropped off the line. They did provide a phone number, and that's the number I was calling on. But it looks like they might have dropped. Do we want to wait a minute so that they can rejoin?
Sure. This is President Mason. I'm going to move that we table this matter to a time later in the meeting. And should the applicant return to the line, we will re-engage at that time. So that's the motion. Is there a second?
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Mr. Visa?
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. On to item number 6, DCR Core Record number 310171. This is a request from High Note Beat Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 8622 South Blanca Avenue. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, there is no speaker card nor a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Emily Salazar, and I will present item number 6 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310171 is associated with High Note Beat Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Westchester Playa del Rey Community Plan area within Council District 11, located at 8622 South Belanca Avenue, a parcel zoned for light manufacturing purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of December 10th, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C1000000917-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through December 6, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of Los Angeles Municipal Code LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants, SEIAs, must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about August 8th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held back on August 29, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. The applicant did provide evidence of offering to appear before the Westchester Playa Neighborhood Council to the department after DCR's report had been transmitted to the commission. Therefore, the DCR would like to orally amend the report to reflect that the applicant did comply with the requirements under LAMC Section 104.06B. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons set forth in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for department staff? Okay, hearing none. We do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant, Christopher Antigua.
Good afternoon, Christopher Antigua on behalf of the High Note Beat. As the department mentioned earlier, at the last hearing, it was.
And you need to state your relationship.
Oh, I'm a representative for
Thank you.
the High Note Beat. I
Thank you.
apologize. And it's nice seeing you all again. I was here at the last meeting, which was continued on the basis that we had not notified the neighborhood council at that time. We immediately notified them the day after that meeting, both via email that was provided to us by the DCR, as well as through their website. We hope that we've satisfied all the requirements for the issuance and approval of our license.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to deliberations.
That's Vice President Nash. My concerns have been addressed because I think that was the main reason we
That was the main
continued it
reason.
last time.
Yeah. Same with you, Commissioner Farmby?
Yeah.
Same with you?
Yeah.
All right, then is there a motion?
Regarding item number 6, DCR Core Record number 310171 for the business located at 8622 South Blanca Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their report dated September 3, 2024, and as orally amended at this hearing, and move that the application be approved.
I second. This is Commissioner Farmby.
Thank you, Ms. Treviso. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 7 is DCR.
President Mason?
Yes.
I believe the applicant representative for item number 5 is back online.
Please confirm.
Caller with phone number ending in 3790. Please state your name and whether you represent item number 5.
Hi, this is Camille Roystatcher, authorized representative for JWJC Incorporated. Josh Roystatcher is also here.
Hello.
Okay, just one moment.
Thank you. This is President Mason. We will continue hearing item number 5, DCR Core Record number 310082 at this time, and we will hear the applicant's presentation.
You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you so
Camille?
much.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. From the last meeting, the last CRC meeting, it was documented that we had not sent an email to the South Robertson Neighborhood Council. So we made sure to forward that email over to the CRC that had already been documented with the DCR and uploaded to our business entity record in Acela. That email was sent on May 16th, 2024. So that has been checked. I know on this meeting, a couple of the violations from the compliance inspection were brought up, and we are going back and forth with our analyst, Michelle, who has been very helpful to make sure that we check everything off of the list. I heard that someone mentioned, we've had 2 months to do everything. We checked off almost everything within the first 30 days and then asked for a 30-day extension for the remaining items. Particularly, the camera system takes a while with our security vendor. We've actually been vetting a couple additional vendors to help us with this because the pricing that has come back to upgrade the storage to 90 days is very expensive. That's the reason why this has been slightly delayed, but we will get it done as soon as possible.
And then this is Josh Roystatcher here as well. I just wanted to say that we really appreciate the opportunity that we've been provided through this process and want to thank all the stakeholders involved. I know this is no easy task to, roll out licensing in one of the largest cities in the United States. I want to commend everyone. I think we've all done a phenomenal job. On our end, we take this extremely serious, and we've, since the very beginning when we opened the doors to our store, we wanted to make sure we were making a positive impact on the community and not causing any disruptions. We wanted to be an actual addition to the community. I know there's other stakeholders that have had had issues with these shops, as they shared at the beginning of the meeting, and we really tried to work collaboratively with all of the businesses on Robertson Boulevard. All the clients live in the surrounding areas, and we take this to heart, and we want to do everything we can to work within the guidelines that have been provided, and and appreciate you all taking the time to hear us out. Thank you for your patience with the extensions on the previous meetings, and yeah, we're here to work with you, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
This is Vice President Nash. I hear your words, but actions speak louder than words. We've continued this hearing twice, and I think it's pretty clear that the reason that was done was to give you the opportunity to clear up the violations on the compliance inspection. And yeah, you might have needed a little bit of time with the recording, but the others are really simple matters to take care of. And they've been sitting there for almost 2.5 months now. In my mind, that is not inability to comply. That's an unwillingness to comply, and that's how I feel.
Hi, this is Camille Roystatcher again. Thank you for your comments. It's certainly not an unwillingness to comply. The written log, I'm just going to go through the violations that were mentioned today. The written log has already been done and sent to the analyst, so that's no longer a pending item. In our latest email with our analyst, Michelle, it's not brought up because that has been done. The employee IDs are already done as well. That was done a while ago. The issue that it's still a pending item is because the photos I sent in were blurry. So she wasn't able to read the record numbers, but they are correct, and I just need to resend those photos. And then the neighborhood liaison contact info, we needed to verify what phone number was already submitted, because when I resubmitted it, our analyst came back and said that it was the wrong contact info. So I needed to verify, well, what info specifically was already on record, so that I can match those records and make sure that it's correct. So we are working as hard as possible. This business is run literally by myself and my husband. We are a husband and wife team in a very competitive, very tough market, and we are trying our best to do everything, wearing 20 hats each all day, every day, to keep the business operating, competing with people who are much larger than us and have very robust teams compared to us. They have whole compliance teams to do everything, where it's literally just my husband and I trying to do everything ourselves. So thank you for the concern and the comments. Here's Josh.
And as far as the pending items, we can commit to getting those wrapped up within the next 7 days, and we'll get those over to the analyst just so we can check those off.
Thank you for your comments.
Commissioner Farnby? Okay. I don't have any questions. Thank you so much for calling in. We will move to deliberations, commissioners.
It's Vice President Nash. I'm inclined to deny the request based on their failure of the compliance inspection and continued failure to correct the items within a reasonable amount of time.
Commissioner Farnby?
I have a question for Rocky. Hey, Rocky, can you explain to us like what the timeline is in terms of the compliance pieces that you shared with us earlier?
Yes, this is Rocky Wiles with the Department of Cannabis Regulation. Yes, so when we each notice to comply has a 30-day compliance period. The licensee also has the option to ask for an extension of time. We don't charge for that. We just want to have that memorialized if they do need additional time. We do reach out to operators. We try our best to reach out 10 days before before their compliance date, to remind them that it's coming up. And even when it's past the date, obviously, we still work with them and we continue to reach out to them sometimes as much as we can. I mean, as you know, we have a very limited staff and we have so many inspections. And that's, besides the investigations under enforcement. So we're really, really, short on resources, but we do try to reach out to our operators to make sure that they comply.
Thank you.
Are you able to confirm the comment that the employee information was submitted by email?
Yes, so as you recall, when we met earlier with my staff, he had mentioned that we did have some things emailed. I wasn't aware of that. I did check, but the analyst actually sent them back because they were not legible, just like they mentioned. So, what I look at is the notes by my compliance analyst. And as I mentioned in my presentation to you, only 2 of the 7 items have been signed off.
Right.
They
And
have been
then-
in communication back and forth, but we haven't signed them off because they're not, they're not showing the compliance. The pictures are not clear enough for us to sign off.
And in terms of the confirmation or confirming the neighborhood liaison's phone number, and they had to reach out to the department to confirm which number
Yeah,
have been submitted, when did that activity take place?
so that's with the licensing analyst, but I'm just a little confused because they have access to their record, so they should be able to go into their Acela record and see who their neighborhood liaison is on file. What we said is what we have on file doesn't match what you have out there. They have to figure out who the person is, and we just need the correct person out there to match the record. That's it. Whether it's, if it's who they have, if it's the person that they have on site, then that is they need to update their Acela record. If it's who we have in Acela, they need to update their sign.
This is Commissioner Farmy, and if I heard you correctly, Ms. Bowles, you had stated that 2 out of the 7 has been.
We've signed off on. Yeah. And as the caller mentioned, if it's just herself and her husband, I suppose that one of them would have to be the neighborhood liaison. I mean, I don't know if it's just the 2 of them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So my concerns are, there was a lead time to the first meeting. There's been time, and then 2.5 months since then. So there's been a lot of time, and my heart goes out to the fact that it's just 2 people operating, but I do believe that most do not enter into this endeavor lightly. It is to be taken seriously. I struggle with the amount of time that has been passed and the number of deficiencies that are still outstanding. When you sign up for it, you have to commit to it. And that means going the extra yard sometimes because it's just 2 people, but you got to do what you got to do if you want the license. And I just don't see that. I don't see it.
And this is Vice President Nash, and I agree with those comments, President Mason. And I would just add, they obviously know that they're up for getting their annual license, and there's hasn't been anything more important than that in their business process. And they've been given multiple opportunities to accomplish that. And again, it's not something that's difficult to do, and they still have a number of violations outstanding, which could be extremely easy to fix. So I really question their commitment to compliance.
Thank you, Vice President Nash. I'm going to go ahead and call for a motion at this time.
This is Vice President Nash, with regard to item number 6, DCR Core Record number,
Number
oh,
Number 5.
excuse me, I'll start over. Regarding item number 5, DCR Core Records number 310082 for the business located at 2622 South Robertson Boulevard. I move to deny the application on the grounds that the applicant failed a compliance inspection and has not timely addressed the issues.
This is Commissioner Farmbee, a second.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmbee, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are now back to item number 7, DCR Core Record number 320058. This is a request from 7030 Holdings LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 13865 West Satakoy Street. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have any speaker card nor a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
We have the applicant's representative. I
Yes.
guess I see. Yeah, okay. Then at this time, we'll hear from staff. It's not your turn yet.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Emily Salazar, and I will present item number 7 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 320058 is associated with 7030 Holdings LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Mission Hills, Panorama City, North Hills Community Plan area within Council District 6, located at 13865 West Satakoy Street, a parcel zoned for light manufacturing purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR on July 31st, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001472-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 24th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of Los Angeles Municipal Code LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants, SEIAs, must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about August 8th, 2024, DCR provided notice to the community meeting, and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on August 29, 2024. During that meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were positive. The owner and CEO wrote that he is committed to contributing positively to the neighborhood and community by hiring local residents and partnering with local organizations. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 category exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for reasons set in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, then at this time, we'll hear from the applicant's representative. State your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, please, and you will have 10 minutes.
10 minutes too much, but thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Henry Sogjan. I'm the owner at 7030 Holdings LLC, record number 320058. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today regarding cannabis regulations, and I'm here to express my support about the current regulations surrounding cannabis in our community. First, I believe it's essential to prioritize public health and safety, implementing strict quality controls that can ensure consumers have access to safe products. Also, I would like to mention about the economic benefits of a regulated cannabis market that can create jobs and generate tax revenue, which can be reinvested in our community. As a resident of Los Angeles, I've seen firsthand the positive impact of responsible cannabis use and the potential for economic growth, as well as the community programs that can thrive the proper funding, with proper funding. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant's representative?
Thank you. This is Commissioner Farby. Can you tell us, like, what are some of the things you've done in the community as a partner?
So far, I have not done anything because I didn't operate yet, but at least I'm, we had a homeless problem in the front of the property. We try to help them with some water while we were trying to build our place. We were trying to help cleaning the streets in the front of our, cut the grass, keep even if it's an industrial area, we try to keep it clean in the front. We are good with all our neighbors, which is other manufacturers of, I don't know, there's a cabinet workers, all kinds of operators. So we're trying to be nice with all of our neighbors, but so far we did not operate. We did not make anything to be helpful more as much as we want to be.
So you're currently not open?
Currently, we're not open. Yeah, we just say if you, we received our license, I don't think it's even maybe a month recently, like about 2 weeks ago. And we did not have a time to just, be compliant with the banking and all this stuff. We're still setting up our business. We needed about another 2 months to order the stuff, get some, more fundings probably because it's not cheap to open the business. It's a lot of money involved. And some of the operators here, husband and wife, I'm my mom and me, pretty much. It's also kind of a family business. We're trying to open a family business.
And what's your, I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Farby. What's your expectation of when you'll be operational?
Expectation about how to help?
When you're going to open?
Oh, when we're open. God's will, maybe 2 months.
Thank you.
I have no question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We are now open for deliberations.
This Vice President Nash, I don't have any comments. I be inclined
Okay.
to approve them.
Then let's have a motion.
This is Commissioner Farby. Item number 7, DCR Core Record number 320058. Applicant 7030 Holden LLC, located at 13865 West Satakoy Street. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendations.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 8 is DCR Core Record number 310214. This is a request from the Green Ant LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1719 Pacific Coast Highway. Mr. Weasel, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, there was no speaker card nor a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Emily Salazar, and I will present item number 8 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310214 is associated with the Green Ant LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Wilmington Harbor City Community Plan area within Council District 15, located at 1719 West Pacific Coast Highway, a parcel zoned for general commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of May 10th, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001076-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 14th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC, Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants, SEIAs, must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met their minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about August 8, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on August 29, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to the CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons set in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you, commissioners. Any questions for staff? Okay, we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Hung Nguyen. Please state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Cannabis Commission. My name is Hung Nguyen, authorized representative.
You can go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. Company has been around for 2 years. Just recently had their 2-year anniversary, and looking forward to serving this community for a long time. And have done toy drives last winter and Christmas with the San Pedro company called Toys for Tots, and monthly donations to feed the children and the local children's hospital as well. Really, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, and thank you for your support of children's charities. Commissioners, any questions?
I have none.
Okay. One moment. Okay, no questions. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Any deliberations? Is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Farmby. Regarding item number 8, DCR Core Record number 310214, applicant The Green Ant LLC, located at 1719 Pacific Coast Highway. I make a motion to approve the staff's recommendations.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 9 is DCR Core Record number 310166. This is a request from Stanley Alley Holdings LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 6222 Lankershim Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council representatives or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Emily Salazar, and I will present item number 9 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310166 is associated with Stanley Alley Holdings LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the North Hollywood Valley Village Community Plan area within Council District 2, located at 6218 through 6228 Lankershim Boulevard, a parcel zoned for neighborhood office commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 4th, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001330-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 21st, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of Los Angeles Municipal Code LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants, SEIAs, must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about August 8, 2024, DCR provided notice to the community provided notice of the community meeting and the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on August 29, 2024. During that meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were concerned about its proximity to a school, and the applicant's agent spoke of the record's compliance and readiness to serve the community. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of items, reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their overview.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Rocky Wiles, representing the Compliance and Enforcement Division for DCR. This operator, we had received complaints about them holding special events. We did an investigation. We did issue a notice of violation. They have, as of today, complied. Payment we have confirmed has been processed. So for all intent and purpose, this notice of violation is will be closed today or tomorrow when I get a chance to look at the whole record. But we have confirmed that the payment, which was the outstanding item on that violation, that is closed. We also conducted a compliance inspection. The compliance team did their inspection on August 21st, and we had 5 deficiencies noted on the NTC. They have complied with 4 out of the 5. The deficiencies that we noted were the DBA had not been registered with DCR. They were not displaying the neighborhood liaison contact information, their email address on site, and also the name of the neighborhood liaison is different on site than what we have on our records. We, the timestamp on the video recording, the surveillance system was about an hour off. So they need to sync the time. At the time of the inspection, they could not produce their system alarm permit that's issued by the police commission. And they had not posted the no loitering, public drinking or public smoking and consumption signs on site. As I mentioned, 4 of the 5 have been complied with. The only one that's outstanding is the neighborhood liaison, which is, I mean, it seems like it should be a pretty simple deficiency to correct, but they just need to make sure that that DCR has the correct information on file. That includes an email and a phone number so that we have it, and also that it's posted on site so that the public has access to that as well. That is my report.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Farmby has a question.
Yes, thank you. Hey, Ms. Watts, so the security timestamp issue was corrected?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And Madam President, I have a question for the staff.
Sure.
Jason, I wanted to confirm, you said that there were some concerns in the community around the shop being close to a school. Can you confirm if that's accurate or not? I mean, I thought I heard it, but I just wanted to make sure.
Excuse me. The location is properly distanced as required by LAMC 10502. It is not within 700 feet of a school.
Right, thank you.
Okay, hearing no other questions, we'll hear from the applicant's representative, Morris Cunningham.
Good afternoon. This is Morris Cunningham, Director of Licensing for the applicant Stanley Alley Holdings. Good afternoon, Commissioners, LADCR staff, and members of the public in attendance. I think I just want to start off by stating that I was going to speak about the business more generally before I get into maybe kind of adding a little more context to the NTC items. The applicant's business, or the licensee's business rather, is a former automobile repair business. We have about 12 employees there, averaging about $15,000 in daily sales. This is in conversation with the manager on duty yesterday when I paid a visit to the store. He stated that, all of the customers there are actually very happy that the store is in the neighborhood, offering the best prices and the best products at the best prices. They were actually sweeping up the parking lot and kind of beautifying the area as I was leaving, so that was really great to see. Some of our community engagement activities that we have scheduled for this applicant in coming up is in this fourth quarter of 2024. We're planning on sponsoring an expungement clinic for NoHo residents and individuals who are in the surrounding area. So we're really excited about that. And hopefully I can, be there and see it all happen as well. I know that that is something that our social equity partner there is very excited about too. Moving on, all of our employees are unionized with the UFCW. We have a good neighbor policy that we abide by and enforce from management down to your DSAs. And all employees there have paid volunteer hours up to, I believe it's 16 hours a year. I think I've stated before, that's one of my favorite benefits. So with respect to the notice to comply items, I'm glad that everything is, has been kind of, how do you say, met or addressed. I know that the Director of Compliance mentioned that the neighborhood council, not neighborhood council, excuse me, the neighborhood liaison information was not yet there. I do want to state that the neighborhood liaison's name and phone number is posted and was posted. However, there is a slight differentiation between the LAMC and the regulations set forth by the DCR, that in the LAMC, it only states that you need the name and the phone number. But the regulation, 5A21 says that you need an email as well. So I went and posted the email yesterday. I have pictures on my phone if you want to see them. But that being said, all of our NTC items have been addressed. I'm happy to know, just happy to be able to report that. And I encourage you to adopt staff's recommendation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Morris? Mr. Cunningham? I'm just happy I can get your name right, so I just keep saying.
As am I. Thank you.
It's Commissioner Farnaby. Good to see you again, Ms. Cunningham. Regarding the neighborhood liaison email information, did you submit that to the department already?
Absolutely. That was encapsulated with the modification request. I don't know what the name of the modification request or the numbers are, but that was done along with the FBN.
Okay.
It's registered with the department and the Office of Finance.
Okay. And I just want to send some kudos regarding the expungement clinic. I think that's great. And I think highly encouraging to hear you all doing that and doing that clinic. I do want to ask you about the neighborhood council. I mean, there were not an overwhelming a lot of folks who attended it, but I wanted to see if you felt that you addressed any of the concerns in the community based on
With
what we heard.
this is Morris Cunningham on behalf of Stanley Alley Holdings. When you say the neighborhood council, are you talking about the how do you say, the public meeting that was held on the 8th? I had to listen in on phone because I had a doctor's appointment. So I didn't catch that, but it sounded like it was mostly concerned about our proximity to a school. And as AED Colleen stated that, we were in the distancing requirements. So I'm not sure exactly how we would address that, other than, maybe reaching out to members of the community and letting them know that we're within the correct distance.
Yeah.
But we do try to be a good neighbor.
Yeah. This is Commissioner Farnaby again. I think that it goes a long way for folks who are opening up businesses in the neighborhood to reach out to talk to folks about that. I think it does two things. I think one, from an educational perspective, I think it's good for people to know about that. But I think two, it shows a sign of goodwill, of kind of like partnership in the community. So I just wanted to just add that just as a suggestion.
Morris Cunningham on behalf of Stanley Alley Holdings. Well noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Farnaby.
This is Vice President Nash. I too commend the business on their expungement clinics. That's extremely important work. It gives everybody who gets expungement a lot better opportunities to get jobs and things like that. I'm just curious, is the expungement clinic limited to cannabis related issues, or do you accept anybody who wants to attempt to get an expungement of something on their record?
Morris Cunningham on behalf of Stanley Alley Holdings, we invite anybody who wants to, you know, get an expungement because we'll have the resources there for cannabis, non-cannabis, what have you.
Are you personally involved in that, or do they have another attorney doing it? How does that work?
This is Morris Cunningham on behalf of Stanley Alley Holdings. I'm flattered. I'm not an attorney. I'm just a guy who likes cannabis. But how do you say, I wouldn't be, you know, involved, so to speak, with like, you know, processing things and doing that. But in terms of making sure these events happen, I'm deeply involved. So I actually spoke with our social equity and social impact team and our government affairs team before I came here. And I said, when's my expungement clinic? Because I want to tell the CRC we're having an expungement clinic. And they told me we're planning it for the end of the, you know, the end of the year. So I guess in that regard, I'm involved. But to answer your question.
Thank you very much.
Ditto what they said. I have no questions. Thank you for being here.
Thank you all very much.
Open for deliberations. Okay, is there a motion?
Regarding item number 9, DCR Core Record number 310166 for the business located at 6222 Lancashire Boulevard, I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated September 3, 2024.
Thank you. Second.
I second it, Commissioner Farby.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 10 is DCR Core Record number 310129. This is a request from Peter Alfaro Holding Company, LLC, to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 604 North Hoover Street. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card and there is no raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll hear from staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Emily Salazar, and I will present item number 10 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310129 is associated with Peter Alfaro Holding Company, LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Silver Lake Echo Park Elysian Valley Community Plan area within Council District 13, located at 604 North Hoover Street, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 17, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001334-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 21st, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of Los Angeles Municipal Code LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants, SEIAs, must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about August 8, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on August 29, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public that were for the application spoke to the record's compliance. The comments against the application were concerned with noise, parking, and loitering. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you, commissioners. Any questions for staff? We do have a representative here, Peter Alfaro. Please state your name for the record, your relationship to the entity, and you will have 10 minutes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Peter Alfaro, owner and social equity applicant for Peter Alfaro Holding Company. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a social equity applicant committed to making a positive impact in our community. The past 5 years have been a challenging journey navigating the complex application process. Despite the obstacles, our commitment has never wavered. As part of our mission, we are dedicated to hiring local employees, which not only supports the local economy, but also fosters a strong connection with our community we serve. Our team is a reflection of the diversity and talent in Los Angeles, and we believe in providing opportunities that uplift our neighbors. Moreover, our customers have consistently shared their appreciation for the convenience of our location. We understand that accessibility is key in contributing to the local landscape and offering cannabis to our community. Also, something else that I'd like to add after I wrote this, we've recently also had a unlicensed shop open up about a block down the road. So there is definitely a need in the community. I do see people going in and out of there from time to time. I've even had some people complaining about the fact that they are unlicensed, they aren't asking for IDs. Is the stuff in there tested? So I do feel there's definitely a need for our services in the community, and we're doing our best to be part of the community. We've also joined in a block party that happened earlier in, I think it was July or June, where we hired a food vendor to come out, help out, contribute to the party. We didn't supply any cannabis or anything like that to the party. Everybody had to come into the store, regular business as far as cannabis was concerned. And for those reasons, I do ask that you allow us to proceed forward. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Any questions for the applicant?
It's Commissioner Farmby. How you doing?
Doing good.
Good. Just curious. Your business is kind of located like in the community. It's like in the neighborhood. It's not like on a major street. Has there been any issues or anything with parking that you're aware of?
Not that have been caused by us, is the way that I would say. There has always been issues since before we were there. There's a lot of apartments, so obviously parking is a thing. The majority of our customers are walk-up customers. People walking their dogs. There's a dog room in place right next door. We even got dog treats to, keep everybody happy. But yeah, for the most part, yes, parking, just because of the nature of Hollywood and LA Silver Lake area, parking is always a thing in our community, I feel like.
Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. Regarding the illegal shop you mentioned, have you done anything to attempt to get them shut down?
Yeah, we did report to DCR as well as local law enforcement, but they just send us back to DCR. So hopefully soon.
Are you indicating that you called LAPD and they referred you back to DCR?
Yeah, well, not exactly, but we don't really do that, is kind of what they told me.
They don't do that.
They kind of said that we've got to file an official complaint with the department, and then they kind of circle back around with that. Maybe I got an interesting individual on the phone. Sometimes you get lucky, you know?
This is Vice President Nash again. I recognize that it is a very significant problem. I appreciate your bringing this one to our attention. And I would just encourage you to do everything you can to make sure that that gets on everybody's radar. And that includes the department and LAPD, your councilman, the mayor's office, and the more people that are active in trying to get these places shut down, eventually there will get some traction and it'll get done.
Thank you. Thank you for the advice.
And what's the complaint process, Vice President Nash?
I'm sorry, I don't
How
understand.
would he provide that information to the department?
Well, the department, he could just do it on the website.
Okay,
And I
through the
think
portal.
you indicated you've already done that.
Okay,
And then the other things are just a matter of contacting the entities that I mentioned.
Mm.
And
Just
one
keep real
person
good
isn't
stories.
going to accomplish it, but if a lot of people do, you'll get your council person's attention, and eventually the mayor's office will either implement another task force or do something that can get these places shut down.
Sense of promotion coming at the store.
all right. Sorry to hear that they're so close by. I don't really have any questions for you at this time.
I
So-
do, I do.
Okay.
I did, harnessing my inner Madam President. How have you utilized the social equity program?
Really, so far, really just for getting licensing, is really the only thing that I've done through the social equity program, I guess, and no, I take that back. I've also gotten a couple of grants, which definitely helped out. More would be better, but I'm not complaining. We'll take what we can. But yeah, through the grants, which was very helpful. And then also just, the opportunities to actually get licensing. I also have a couple cultivations that I was able to get as a result of all of my troubles that I had earlier.
Okay,
Oh,
very
wonderful.
good.
Thank you for sharing that.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I'll open it up for deliberations, if any. Hearing none, is there a motion?
Commissioner Farnaby. Item number 10, DCR Core Record number 310129. The applicant Peter Alfaro Holding Company LLC, located at 604 North Hoover Street in Silver Lake Echo Park, Elysian Valley area. I move to adopt the staff's recommendations.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. The time is 4:02 PM. The commission will recess until 4:25.
We may resume.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time is 4:31 PM and we will resume. Thank you for your patience this afternoon. We are on item number 11, DCR Core Record Number 100014. This is a request from Valley Collective Care Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 5441 North Topanga Canyon Boulevard. Mr. Beazle, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor
you.
a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Maria Jabray, and I will present item number 11 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 100014 is associated with Valley Collective Care Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Canoga Park, Winnetka, Woodland Hills, West Hills Community Plan area within Council District 3, located at 5441 North Topanga Canyon Boulevard, a parcel zone for commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR on March 19th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0000226-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 17th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about August 8th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on August 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR received one oral comment in support of the business that was provided by a representative of the applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable, exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is unaware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, we do have a speaker card for Mr. Townsend. Please approach the podium, state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant.
Yes, hi, Commission. James Townsend, President, Valley Collective Care. I'd like to say we at Valley Collective Care want to thank the Department of Cannabis Regulations, the City of Los Angeles, and the Cannabis Regulation Commission for allowing us the opportunity to operate for the past 6 years as a compliant retail storefront dispensary in the West San Fernando Valley. During this period, we have seen substantial growth and now see 400 to 500 customers on average per day. Having our own self-contained fenced parking lot that holds up to 35 cars has allowed us to opportunity to live in harmony with the neighborhood, as our customers do not have to find street parking or walk the local sidewalks. We have maintained local relationships with the LAPD Topanga Division and helped sponsor some of their community activities, along with helping a veterans organization, MVP, and do numerous charitable donations during the holiday season, which includes the West Valley Warner Center Chamber of Commerce, of which we are members of. We feel that we are a welcome part of the community and take pride that approximately 25% of our customers are over the age of 55. Again, thank you to all who have been involved in setting up and maintaining the opportunity to serve our customers. We hope to continue a prosperous and compliant relationship with the city and its entities for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations on self-contained parking.
Yeah,
That's a big
why we
deal.
moved there.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
That was a great capture on you
It
guys'
helps so
part.
much. Yeah.
And thank you for how you honor and care for vets.
Yes. Yeah,
Thank you.
we do MVP. It's a merging vets and players where professional athletes are matched with veterans. And they're doing a study now with cannabis on the effects of PTSD with vets and former pro players, football players mainly. So I'm kind of involved in that and helping Jay Glazer's the key guy behind that. But yeah, that's really cool.
Nice way to make an impact. Nice way. Commissioners, any questions?
Yeah. Commissioner Farley, how you doing?
Very good.
Where's your parking lot? It's, you know, pretty busy.
It's part of our footprint. We're on the corner of Topanga and Clarendon, right off the freeway.
Yeah.
And it's the building and then the parking lot's right behind it. And
Oh,
we've
so-
gated with 3 entrances, so it's fully gated too. We can shut down, 1 or 2 gates. Obviously, at night, we fully close down the gates, but that's one of the reasons. I mean, when we saw the parking lot, it made sense because it's kind of a congested area near Topanga and Ventura Boulevard.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. And then, sorry. And what do you, what time you all operate?
6 to 10.
6 to 10?
And weekends 8 to 10.
And how long have you been at that location?
We developed it during 2018 and opened in was it November 2018 or spring of 2019. We're coming up on almost 6 years.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Nash is pondering.
No questions.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We are open for deliberations, if any. Okay. Is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Farmby for item number 11, DCR Core Record 100014 for the applicant Valley Collective Care Incorporated in the Woodland Hills Warner Center area located at 5441 North Capena Canyon Boulevard. I move to accept the staff's recommendations.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 12 is DCR Core Record number 310070. This is the request from Weed Lane Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 7872 South Crenshaw Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, this time we'll hear from department staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Marie Bray, and I will present item number 12 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310070 is associated with Weed Lane Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the West Adams Baldwin Hills Lamert Community Plan area within Council District 8, located at 7872 South Crenshaw Boulevard, a parcel zone for neighborhood commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR on June 2nd, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10001045-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 27th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applicants are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 10420. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants, SEIAs, must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote, and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 10420 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about August 8th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on August 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? We do have a representative here, Arthur. It looks like it's Hanj. I may have it wrong. Please state your name for the record, your relationship, and you may begin.
Thanks. I'm Arthur Hodge. I'm the authorized agent. Hodge. I'm the authorized agent for the business, and I'm here on behalf of Daisy Gonzalez, who's the social equity applicant and owner. She would like me to extend her thanks and appreciation to the commissioners for your time that you've given to this program and dedication. And we're also very appreciative to DCR staff for the work that they've done on this project. We were very happy to have received temporary approval in 2022. The business has been operating nicely since then. As far as where we're located, we're down on Crenshaw, right at the beginning of the city of Los Angeles, where it joins with the city of Inglewood. Literally across the street is the city of Inglewood. This area used to be loaded with gas stations and other things as you would enter the city of Los Angeles. It's now turned into a mixed-use area. Prior to opening up, we, myself and our ownership, participated in community meetings online to make sure that the highly dense residential area surrounding the facility was going to be in harmony with the application. And we addressed any immediate concerns that they had at that time, and we have not had any issues develop in the community. I do have regular communication with an immediate neighbor who has an attorney. Occasionally there'll be a car parked or some sort of an issue, and we work on those successfully together because I'm the neighborhood liaison. He gives me a call. We're again thankful for the opportunity and don't have anything further to present. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have questions. So when you say you've spoken with the surrounding community, have you interacted with the Inglewood residents as well?
We, no, not directly.
Okay.
No, we worked with, at the time it was Solomon, and there's another gentleman who replaced him from the council's office.
Mhm.
And they encouraged us to work through their office and to focus on the city of Los Angeles.
Okay.
We've not received complaints from the city of Inglewood to the store, though, of, residents across the street.
Understood. Now, I'm familiar with the area and I know the divide is the middle of the street and you're north of the divide and on the south is literally Inglewood. And sometimes you can see a market difference.
It's a beautiful neighborhood. We really wanted to make sure that we were going to improve it, and we did. It was a laundry facility before, and we fully renovated it. We have a parking lot that's all nice and clean. And I think we've made an improvement to the area.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Deliberations. Okay, then. I'll take a motion.
Regarding item number 12, DCR Core Record number 310070 for the business located at 7872 South Crenshaw Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated September 3, 2024.
Commissioner Fawn, we have second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
I'm realizing that I missed the slideshows. We have not had one slideshow presentation today. I don't know how I feel about that. Item number 13 is DCR Core Record number 310052, and this is a request from Marvel SNS Inc. to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1524 West Florence Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or
Okay,
anyone in the virtual meeting.
thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Marie Jabray, and I will present item number 13 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310052 is associated with Marvel SNS Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the South Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 8, located at 1524 West Florence Avenue, a parcel zoned for community commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of July 21st, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0000816-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 26, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. Social Equity applicants are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 10420. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants, SEIAs, must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote, and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 10420 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about August 8th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on August 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive any oral or written testimony for this applicant. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of the licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their overview.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Rocky Wiles with the Compliance and Enforcement Division for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. This location did not have any complaints associated with it. We try and pick random locations as well to conduct compliance inspections. As you know, every one of the locations eventually needs to have an inspection. So we conducted this compliance inspection on August 14th. There were 7 deficiencies that were identified. 3 of those deficiencies have to do with security measures. They didn't have a system in place to track their inventory. So when they get product, we want to see in writing SOPs, who is responsible for receiving that shipment, where does it go, who locks it up, who does the metrics. So that they don't have that information in writing. They also don't have a process to log people in and out other than the public, like visitors, vendors. They need to establish that. And then 2 of the deficiencies have to do with employee records. They don't have any employee records that show their name, their social security, so they need to put those records together and just show them to us. And they don't have any training records for their employees as well. And they as far as so those are basically like administrative, things that they have to correct. The other 2 things have to do with the exterior of the building. There was a lot of trash and on the outside. There was we were told that they were parking their vehicles in on the sidewalk. So obviously we told them they need to be removed. We just recently issued the NTC. Yesterday was released. So obviously we haven't had any contact as far as the compliance. But that is our report. And like I said, there were no complaints associated with this location.
It's Commissioner Farley. Ms. Miles, you said that you conducted the investigation when? On the 14th?
Yes.
So I'm assuming that at this point, that no one's gotten back to you on any of the.
Yeah, I don't have any of that information.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't have any questions. I don't think anyone else does, but don't go far.
I won't.
We might need you back.
Be right over there.
We do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant, Emily Hackman. I'm sorry. Please approach, state your name, your relationship to the business, and you will have 10 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Emily Hackman, and I'm here on behalf of Marvel SNS Incorporated, and I am an applicant representative. I'm also joined by one of the owners of the business, Miss Vivian and she also plans to address the commission. Marvel SNS has been in operation for almost 3 years. They received their temporary approval from DCR in July of 2021 and their state license in May of 2021. And they began operations in August of 2021. The business has 5 employees, all of whom are either veterans or have had cannabis arrests or convictions in their past. And the store gives 10% off to veterans who come through the door. Also, all of the employees are local to the neighborhood. We have been in receipt now of the notice to comply that was granted or emailed yesterday to the applicant. And we have already taken steps to remedy the deficiencies. We have some photos with us today demonstrating that steps have already been taken to rectify those. And we are in the process of putting together a report to send to DCR compliance. We do not anticipate that we will need more than 30 days to remedy them. And in fact, DCR should be getting their report in the coming days. So we are happy to address questions or provide those photos for you guys to review here today. Just to go through them, yes, some staff were parking on the sidewalk, and we have informed all staff that they cannot do that anymore. We've also, staff was, informed to remove their vehicles the same day that the inspector was present. We've also updated SOPs for staff to inform them of the same. Trash has also been taken care of around the exterior of the facility. We've got photos to confirm that. And there was a trash bin in the rear of the facility that was full, which has now been emptied as well. The facility uses Green Bits, which is an inventory management system to enter all cannabis upon receipt at the facility. Those SOPs have been also updated to reflect that process as well. And the employee records were actually stored off-site, but those have been moved to the facility, and we've got proof of that as well. I'm gonna turn it over to Miss Vivian because she would like to highlight some things that she and the business have done for the community as Marvel SNS, but also in her own individual capacity as well. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vivian. I am one of the owners of Marvel SNS. DBA is Flower and Leaf. I just wanted to speak on behalf of the neighborhood because I not only own a business in that area, which is this location, I also lived in that area, and I had owned my first apartment in Council District 8 that I eventually got to purchase. And so I've actually been really active in this neighborhood as well as Council District 14 since 2012. And I've been a huge proponent of neighborhood embetterment since 2012, even though we opened this business in 2021. We've sponsored many events for the neighborhood, for St. Andrew's Recreational Center, which is around the corner from our dispensary. We did their Halloween extravaganza in 2017. We provided all the hot dogs, hamburgers, and candies and treats, and we also volunteered work there. I am also a sponsor of the I think it's called the Paralympic Games or the Special Olympic Games, I'm sorry. As well as I am a police booster for Central City and 77th Division. And I've been a police booster since 2012. And I have also been a member of LARABA, which is the Los Angeles River Artists and Business Association. I served from 2012 to 2017, and then I had my second child, and it was just not feasible to do both. And we are all about community embetterment and working with other nonprofits like Industrial District Green, trying to plant trees in areas of like South LA or urban areas like in downtown LA. And also from 2016 to 2019, I was a neighborhood council member for Historical Cultural Neighborhood Council, which serves Little Tokyo and Arts District, parts of Elysian Park, however, in Chinatown, but it has been separated since then. And then I finished my term in 2019. I also worked with the Arts District Dog Park, Laszlo Dog Park, in a volunteer event to remove termited trees. I just wanted to say that I haven't just started doing I've been about neighborhood embetterment since I opened this store. I've been trying to do this stuff since 2012 because I have lived in South LA and downtown LA for a very long time. And when it was just artists, homeless people and me, and there was nothing. It wasn't gentrified at all. So it was a huge thing for me to want to be a part of the community and try to make this area better. And I also was an official sponsor of the Celebrating Kent Twitchell Gala. He is the artist for the all the murals you'll see like on the Harbor Freeway of like the LA Philharmonic. You'll see it on the 7th and Fig Plaza. Also the Lita Albuquerque Jim Morphosis projects on the Grand exit on the 101 freeway. And we just wanted to celebrate the artist Kent Twitchell for all the beautiful work he's done for the city of Los Angeles. So I also hosted, well, I tried to host in 2022 in partnership with the Department of Public Health, COVID vaccine clinic at our dispensary. However, they were still kind of iffy, and it was a little taboo for them to come do a vaccine clinic at our dispensary, and they did not feel comfortable doing that. But I did reach out to them. I did also work with CD8 and CD14 for the holiday gift event, so with the council office. And we basically collected gifts for the youth, as well as we did that with the Central City Police Department. We also hosted another holiday gift giving event with them. And as Ms. Hackman had mentioned earlier, we employ veterans from who have done tours in Iraq from Operation Iraqi Freedom. And all of these, we also help our neighbors in where the dispensary is currently located. She just recently passed away, but when her door was vandalized by some bad people in the area, and she couldn't afford to fix it, we fixed it for her because we just wanted to be neighborly. You know, we didn't want to just be this shop that came in, and like I said, I lived in that area. I lived in my first apartment on Western in the 8900 block. So and then we eventually moved to downtown. So I just really wanted to share that because this is something I haven't been doing just for the sake of this project. I've been doing it much longer. And that's about it.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story and your involvement in the community and just planting seeds there and spreading your roots there and staying put and staying true.
If I didn't have my children, I'd come and move back over here right away.
There are a couple of areas of concern for me. The trash cubby hole section in the back, is that fenced in any way or is it just open?
It is fenced in.
It is fenced in. Okay. And then where do your customers park? Because Florence Avenue and that side street, busy.
Florence Avenue is open until I believe 5 o'clock. When there's gridlock rules, and then they cannot park there. So they do. So until 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, we don't have a problem with the parking. They just park right on Florence. However, when patients or customers do come in, they park on the smaller street at the intersection where we are at. And then there is also a parking lot across from us, and we have very good relations with them. And they've allowed us to park across in their parking spot. And in return, they also receive a lot of business. They're like a grocery store. So a lot of our patients like to get their snacks and munchies from that store. So we're just trying to have like a symbiotic relationship so that they can also get business from our business.
Thank you. And I do want to, you said you have 5 employees and you're a co-owner. There's one other person, so there's 7 people total. Okay. I just want to commend you for jumping right on the complaints and coming into compliance and setting the goal of being compliant in 30 days and really working to make that a reality. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners.
This is Vice President Nash. I'd like you to speak a little bit about the violations noted after the compliance inspection and, just let me know what happened. Clearly, these rules and regulations are published. You should know them. And, some of these things are fairly serious. And I'm just wondering why you weren't in compliance.
That day, we actually received our notice. Oh, thank you. We received our notice that there was going to be inspection like about a week prior. However, we had already allowed our like head operations manager allowed him his vacation for his birthday. So he was not there and I was supposed to be there. However, my daughter's school, because I'm the only one that knows how to use the front the front office, they called me in to cover when their admin called in sick. So I had to go and help my kids' school. So, but at the time, all the items like the employment paperwork for all the employees, it was all there. It's just the sales manager that was present at the moment, he didn't really know where to grab it. And so unfortunately, the day that we had our inspection, we didn't really, I was not there. My operations manager already had an approved vacation. So, as far as like records retention, those things that I had put gave you the photos of, they were there. They just were not the sales manager just didn't know where they were. And the logins for non customer people that enter, that was also posted, but I don't think maybe he was nervous, but he just didn't know where to grab those items. Plus, he's a sales manager. He was not somebody that I guess would know where the manifests are, the metric folders, and but we do have all of those folders there, and we organize them by month.
Thank you. So you did have a record of employee training? No, at the time.
Yes, we had the folders.
And you did have the names and social security numbers and everything of the employees? Okay.
And the badges was, I think there was like a number missing on their old badges. So we corrected that immediately. Luckily, the sales manager that was there, he took impeccable notes as far as what the auditor had told him. So that's why we were able to address them. Even though we got our notice yesterday, we were able to address them pretty quickly. I know there might be like one or two items, but for the most part, we should be able to fix that in the next week.
And at the time of the compliance inspection, did you already have an inventory system in place? Dealing with the products that have a high potential for diversion or theft? You already had that?
Yes, we had them.
Thank you.
Great questions. Anything else, commissioners? All right, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We are on to deliberations.
This is Vice President Nash. I was very glad to hear from the applicant that it was really a matter of not having the person with all of the necessary knowledge on site at the time of the inspection, and her very good excuse for not having that person there. And so I don't really have any concerns.
Okay, I was happy to see the photographs showing compliance as well. So yeah, that went a long ways for me. So, all right then. Let's have a motion.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 13, DCR Core Record number 310052 for the business located at 1524 West Florence Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their report dated September 3rd, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Farnaby, a second.
Mr. Beazle, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 14 is DCR Core Record number 310014. This is a request from Wall Street Farms LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 109 East 101st Street. Mr. Beazle, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Then we will hear from department staff at this time.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Marie Jabray, and I will present item number 14 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310014 is associated with Wall Street Farms LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Southeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 8 at 109 East 101st Street, a parcel zoned for commercial manufacturing purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of July 11th, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001302-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 5th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. Social Equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 10420. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants, SEIAs, must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 10420 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about August 8th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on August 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exemptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this application license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, we do have someone representing the applicant, Mr. Hodge.
Good evening. I'm Arthur Hodge. I'm the authorized agent for the business Wall Street Farms LLC. And I'm here on behalf of Edwin Cohan, who's 100% owner and social equity applicant. I've forgotten to mention this each time I've been before you, but if you look at the staff report after the CEQA report, there are a number of photographs of the business. I didn't bring a PowerPoint presentation, but there are a number of pictures indicating where this is. Geographically, if you put a pin at the center of the basin of Los Angeles, you might go at the 100th Street and Main, and that's Century and Main, which is basically where we are, right in the middle of the basin at 101st Street and Main. It's a very small store in a commercial area that's been established for a long time. It's not the nicest area, but it's looking a little better, I believe, since we've occupied the corner. The building has received a complete paint job and remodeling appearance, although no remodeling work was done. It looks a lot better than it did previously. I think it was a smoke shop or something in the past. And in harmony with the neighborhood, we've not only volunteered to appear at the neighborhood council, they didn't take us up on the opportunity to appear, but we did go around locally to the neighborhood, including the barber shop next door, and try to become acquainted with all of the individuals and stakeholders in the neighborhood. And we've had a good relationship. Thus far, it's been a little over a year. And we're again thankful for the opportunity and thank you for your time, the commissioners and staff. As always, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant's representative?
Sorry, Commissioner Farmy, I'm sorry, where are you located again? What, can you describe it?
Yeah, it's on 101st Street in Maine, which is right near Century and Maine. So if you're going down Maine, it would be on the left-hand side once you pass Century at the corner of 101st.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You all have parking?
No,
No,
there's
right,
no
yeah.
parking. There is street parking, which is not regulated, but it generally remains open.
I don't have any questions, Commissioner Farmby.
I have no questions.
Okay,
Thank you for
thank
timing
you.
it. Thank you.
We're on to deliberations, if any. Okay, then may I have a motion?
This Commissioner Farmby on item number 14, DCR Core Record number 310014, Wall Street Farms LLC is the applicant. The business is located at 109 East 101, 101st Street in the Southeast Los Angeles area. I move to accept the staff's recommendation.
This is President Mason. I'll second. Mr. Beazle, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 15 is DCR Core Record number 101774. This is a request from Venice Caregiver Foundation to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1310 South Abbot Kinney Boulevard. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card and there is no raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Marie Jabray, and I will present item number 15 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 101774 is associated with Venice Caregiver Foundation Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Venice Community Plan area within Council District 11 at 1310 South Abbot Kinney Boulevard, a parcel zoned for community commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of October 8th, 2020. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0000178-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which expired on June 11th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about August 8th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on August 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. A compliance inspection was recently conducted and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of the licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their overview.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Rocky Wiles with the Compliance and Enforcement Division for DCR. There is no compliance inspection at this location. We went by the location and it was not operational, so my staff was not able to conduct a compliance inspection.
It was not operational.
It was not operational. My staff went by on August 21st. And they confirmed that it was not operational.
I have a question for staff, because this is an EMMD. So they were at some point operational. And do we know why they're weren't operational on August 21st?
This is licensing analyst Maria Jabre. They notified the department in March of 2024 that they would temporarily close. I don't have further details as to why.
Assistant Executive Director Jason Clean. This is one of the businesses that used to be operated by the Medman franchise. There's a couple of things. We haven't had any correspondence from anybody who was on the record to represent them. So we don't have evidence of the notice to appear before the neighborhood council. We'll probably learn as well that we didn't have anybody respond to any of the email attempts to have an applicant's representative at today's hearing. And our licensing supervisor did reach out, and all of the numbers that we have on file went to voicemail, and the folks that he was able to connect with are no longer employed by or associated with this location. So this is one of those records where it may just expire at the end of the calendar year if there's no additional action taken.
Mr. Rizzo, is there anyone on the line?
There is no raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, department staff. Well, here we are. This is the most vacant post-Medman entity we've run into. We've heard from others who were previously associated with them. They've appeared before us, or either they've interfaced with the department, but and they've just disappeared, vanished. So it's hard to gauge their intent, whether or not they're willing to, well, let me rephrase that, because silence is an answer. It would be nice to have someone here to be able to talk to them and find out what their intent is, but we don't have that. They've been non-responsive to the department. I'd be inclined to deny this one.
This is Vice President Nash. I appreciate and agree with most of your comments. I would be inclined to continue it one time, just to make sure that they aren't pursuing it.
Understood. Commissioner Farnby?
I don't have anything at this time. I just think that in the past, couple of meetings, it's really hard to gauge to see where they're at because we haven't really spoken to anyone. No one has been here.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to lean towards Commissioner Nash, had the department had some interaction with someone on their behalf. But since everything is just like a dead end, the employees are gone, the numbers are going to voicemail. The voicemails aren't being responded to. It seems as if the last communication was in March when they notified the department that they were closing. So those still make me stand on, yeah, saying it's a no for me. So, well, let's call it to motion.
At this time, sorry, this is Emily Watt from the City Attorney's Office. At this time, I just like to note that if there is a motion to deny the application, then the commission should probably identify a reason stated in LAMC 104.04A.
Understood. One moment.
I think, and then going back, I realized that in the previous agenda.
We
item,
didn't do
It
that.
didn't, but I think there was evident that it was a failure to adhere to the requirements of the rules and regulations that they hadn't been resolving with their outstanding notices to comply for 30 days and the 30-day extension. Here in this case, I think it's maybe not quite as evident, so I'd like to make that evident on the record.
Understood. I'm searching for language. And there is no suggested language.
It might be that sorry, this is Emily Wan again. Are you inclined to make a motion to deny?
I am inclined to make a motion to deny based on the department's inability to perform a compliance inspection
So
due to lack of communication or availability of the applicant.
So then might I suggest 104.04 subsection A subdivision 4,
104.04.
A4. The applicant or licensee failed to timely provide DCR with requested information, forms or documents. I think that there's also we could reference rules or regulations. I think we'd have to look into it more specifically, but failure to respond, provide access to business premises if there's been an attempt to do so. Oh, I think that's 104.04A2. I'm sorry, Commissioner Farmby.
No.
And what does 104.04 subsection A subsection 2 state?
The applicant or licensee denied DCR employees or agents access to the business premises. Although that to me was not entirely clear. I'm sorry from the record if that was there.
Understood. Okay, I'll take this one. Regarding DCR Core Record number 101774, I move to deny the staff's recommendation pursuant on the basis of Municipal Code Section 104.04 subsection A, subsection 2, and that is the failure to provide access to the compliance inspection team. Is that correct?
Commissioners Rocky Wiles for the record. We were not denied access. We
Okay.
just, my staff went to the site and there was no one at the site, so they just didn't gain access. There was nobody there. And we had no communications. We sent our email letting them know that we were going to conduct a compliance inspection. There was no response. We still drove by to just see what was going on. It was not operational.
Okay, is the semantic failure to, is the semantic that they denied access or they failed to provide? Because by being absent, that's a failure to provide.
I would argue that that's within your discretion to interpret.
Okay, thank you. Then I will restate the motion. Regarding DCR Core Record number 101774, I move to deny the licensee the department's recommendation based on municipal code 104.04 subsection A subsection 2, and that is the failure to comply and provide access to the compliance staff for inspection.
Might I also suggest, I'm really sorry for this, again, Emily Wada, if you're at all uncertain, you don't have to necessarily just choose one reason. You could cite to multiple reasons. So if you find that 104.04A4 is also applicable, or any other section in that regard, you would be well within your right to state that on the record.
I'm going to stop there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Farm gets second the motion.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote? Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Nay.
The motion fails.
Okay.
Would you like to deliberate some more or?
Yeah, this is
We can-
this is Emily Water for the State Attorney's Office. I think what Josie's getting at is under the rules and operating procedures for the commission, specifically Rule 8.5, a vote of 2-1 or 1-2 in this instance would require further deliberation, and if not, if it stayed that way, it would be continued to the next meeting.
Okay, and so I do have the impression that Commissioner Nash is pretty firm in his decision to want to continue to the matter. Assistant Director Khalid?
Jason Klein, Assistant Executive Director, pursuant to LAMC 10412, which is the renewal requirements. A business that has ceased operations for a continuous period of 180 days is not eligible to renew their license. That 180-day period will, that mark will hit on September 12th. We have just begun the renewal period for the 2025 calendar year. This business is not at risk of losing their provisional license. So if this item were to be continued to later this year or early next year, the issue may resolve itself as to whether or not the applicant is going to come back to the table and answer questions and provide information to the department. So that is an option.
Where were you like 5 minutes ago?
I was raising my hand over here, but the eyes were over there because Emily's voice is more important.
All right.
Okay, with that new piece of edification, commissioners.
This is Vice President Nash. My preference, you rightly judged that, would be to continue it. And then I would suggest that if it's going to be continued anyway, because we have an unanimous vote, that we continue it much further so that if they do resurface, they are able to take care of any issues, including contacting the neighborhood council and providing proof of that. So we don't have to continue based on that issue as well. So if anybody's listening, that would be one of the things to address. So I would propose that we maybe continue to like December 5th or so.
And this Commissioner Farley, Jason, what was the timeline again?
Under municipal code section, Jason Klein, Assistant Executive Director, under municipal code section 10412, that dictates the renewal criteria. So for a continuous period of 180 days, once you've hit that mark, an applicant is ineligible to renew their license unless granted a further extension by the department. The business notified us on March 12th that they were going to cease operations at this location. Our compliance inspection confirmed that they are non-operational at this location. We have been unable to get in contact with them. So by my estimation, at the end of next week, we will have hit that 180-day milestone. We are in the renewal period for calendar year 2025. They will be ineligible to renew their temporary approval for next year, and having an expired license would allow for them to refile at a later date. If they would like to try to revive this opportunity, a denial would cease all ability for them to either refile or come back into the process at a later date.
Okay, thanks for that. It's Commissioner Farmy. So when deliberation, right?
We are.
Okay. So it kind of hearing what Vice President Nash's position is a recommendation or consideration to take this up at a later meeting, right? Which would, in my opinion, extend beyond the 180 days. I mean, I didn't hear any date, but I'm assuming that we're in September and there's another meeting in 2 weeks, that it would go beyond that. Is that what your position and your intent is?
This is Vice President Nash. Well, now based on Assistant Director Colleen's information, I was wondering if maybe the department would provide us with their recommendation. Assuming that the entity doesn't want to come back, what would be the easiest way to deal with it? Would it be to set for the next meeting and it would go away because they've been unoperational for 180 days?
I would recommend continuing this item to January 16th of 2025, because at the end of next week, the business will no longer be eligible to renew its existing temporary approval. Now, if the applicant fails to come back to the department, provide information, give us the things necessary to move their annual license application forward before this body, that would result in the expiration of their license at the end of the calendar year. The code allows for an expired license to be refiled within a 3-year period. So that would give the entity the opportunity to come back online, should they choose to do so after the expiration of the license.
Are you allowing 5 days for a proof of service? In counting the 180 days? For March 21st, because the 180th day is September 8th. I was just wondering.
The code doesn't speak to proof of service.
Okay.
I apologize. Jason Klein, Assistant Executive Director. The code doesn't call for proof of service, so we would start the clock when we receive the email.
Just Commissioner Farman. So Jason, if I understand you correctly, what you stated in terms of the date, you gave a specific date in January, and that's strictly based on it being maybe the first or second meeting after the calendar year. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Got it.
Our licensing analyst assigned to this record has been unable to get into contact with the applicant or any of the contacts on this record. Everybody we've been able to reach has said that they are no longer involved with the entity, and they don't know who the contact is. So assuming the entity is not currently in operation, they're not responding to the department, and they're unable to renew their temporary approval for next year, their license will just naturally expire at the end of this calendar year. And if they can't renew or their license expires, they have the ability to refile within 3 years as the same applicant entity. That application would get processed normally and come back before this body. If this body denies their application, that denial is sustained after the close of the 15-day appeal period. And at that time, any existing temporary approval or license would cease.
Okay. So Commissioner Farnby, I'm going to ask a question here. I mean, we've had at this point like hundreds of applicants that have come before us who are working hard, putting the work in, trying to be compliant, doing what's needed, right? To try to get their annual license. From what I'm hearing is we haven't heard anything from the entity, the folks who have worked for MD has kind of stated to us that they're no longer involved with the business. My question is, and to anyone, to commissioners primarily, is being that that's the case, is there any reason why we're considering allowing the time? What's the rationale in allowing for the time when what we have in front of us seems to be no interest?
This is Vice President Nash. It's my understanding that this is a Medmin.
Yes.
Okay. And, we've had an attorney come to these meetings representing a couple of the Medmin dispensaries. He was here at one of the meetings until 10 o'clock. So I'm surprised that there isn't somebody here because there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
And if you've ever seen one of their dispensaries, they put a lot of money into them. And he's their reorganization guy, and I'm surprised he's not here. And maybe this one they're just letting go. I don't know. But that's the reason why I am going out of my way to try to give them, one more opportunity, is that there's value in the license, and to the extent that they're doing some kind of reorganization or attempting to sell or transfer, there's something there for them to sell, transfer, or get some value out of. And that's my only rationale.
Okay.
Then why be silent?
Thank you.
Why leave the department and this body guessing as to what their intent is? That's just really, is that the responsible thing to do when you're in business? And the attorney, we've had, I think, 4 different Medmin entities here. The attorney you referred to represented 2 of them, and then 2 of the applicants were independent. They had kind of formerly Medmin had separated themselves. So we have an established track record of former Medmin associated dispensaries who are still interested in doing business and still interested in being a part of the local industry. And then we have silence, complete silence. Employees, like, I don't know, former employees. So I'm not convinced that the desire is there to continue on. I was not convinced. 180 days, that's 6 months of profits, just nothing.
Okay. Clarification, Emily?
Yes.
Based on what I'm hearing, what's the
Well,
what's the
I don't know
what's the
what
procedure?
I don't know what the motion is or what it's
Well, I
gonna
don't
go,
think there's a motion, but
yeah, but let's assume it was the same motion that was just made, which was to deny the application. If the vote came out the same way, which is a 1-2-2-1, then according to rules and operating procedures 8.5, the matter would be continued to the next meeting.
Yeah.
Now-
Is there something, I'm sorry, in the municipal code with reference to abandonment? Because that's what this
There's-
amounts to for me.
So that question I would direct better to Jason Colleen. I do know that there's some provisions about abandonment, but the ones that I'm aware of, it applies to DCR abandoning the application, but not something that applies directly to the commission. I would note though, however, that again, you could if you want to make your motion, make it under one or as many reasons as you can think of. I think that I did probably hear some grounds under 104.04A4, which is that they hadn't provided information to the department in as much as they've been trying to get in contact with people and there's not been an updated contact. So there's been a failure to provide that information, but I would be careful in your grounds for denial and making that very clear on the record.
Jason?
Jason Glean, Assistant Executive Director, just to piggyback off the advice of our city attorney. The applicant did not reach out to their local neighborhood council as required by the code. Generally, this body has allowed for a continuation of the records to allow for the applicants to reach out. So if this body was to continue the item, and ultimately we do not hear back, we don't get updated contact information, we don't get evidence that they did offer to meet with their local neighborhood council, they don't appear before this body, I think that that adds to additional grounds to deny the application. And that gives you a stronger basis to deny the application while also kind of treating this particular applicant in a similar manner as other applicants for their failure to reach out to their neighborhood council.
The difference being that the other applicants were operational. Yes, they were open for business.
One last thing, if I might. This is Emily Water from the City Attorney's Office as well. I'm not sure what the calendar shows, but if there is a failure to act under 8.5, the next meeting you'll what's this? You'll have how many commissioners
Same.
present? Same.
3.
There'll also be 3 commissioners. The same 3. So there's that to note. I'm looking at the calendar.
No, actually.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. You will not be here, Commissioner President.
It'll be a different 3.
But it'll be Commissioner Lim will be here as well as Commissioners Farnby and Nash. So if you do proceed under 8.5, it would go to the next meeting, which would be September 19th. Alternatively, you can consult your commission calendars, which you all have a copy of in front of you. And then alternatively, you could vote to continue to a specific meeting. If not the January 16th meeting as proposed by Jason Colleen, you could continue to another meeting identified on your calendars.
I don't think we're going to get consensus tonight. I don't think that we're all going to end up on the same page. Compassionate heart here. To my right, Commissioner Nash. Thank you for the discourse. It's not going to happen. I'm pretty convinced of that. So then let me pull out the calendar. And
If you need my copy, you can use it.
thank you. So you're saying it would be continued because there's
A failure to act under 8.5 is when out of 3 commissioners present, there's not unanimity. So it would be automatically continued to the very next meeting, which would be September 19th in this case, in which it'll still be 3 commissioners. So if you don't want that to happen, I would suggest then that you make a motion to continue this matter to a date certain. Yeah. And you can consult the calendar I gave you because you'll know automatically which dates you're meeting. And then you should know at least as of now who plans to be there. And you could maybe have 4 or 5 commissioners at that meeting.
okay, this is President Mason. Based on the advice of council, I'm going to move that we continue this matter to the November 7th meeting when all 5 commissioners will be present. Yes.
This is Commissioner Farnby, a second.
Mr. Vizel, please call the roll.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your guidance and input. We are on to item number 16, DCR Core Record Number 101763. This is a request from Nice Dreams Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 8405 South Pershing Drive, Suite 100. Mr. Vizel, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Marie Jabray, and I will present item number 16 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 101763 is associated with Nice Dreams Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Westchester Playa del Rey Community Plan area within Council District 11 at 8405 South Pershing Drive, Suite 100, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10000211-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 13th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC 10420 for the social equity program. On or about August 8th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on August 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were both positive and negative. The owner of the business, Henry Yang, spoke positively on behalf of the business. Alternatively, one written comment was received stating that the business is not welcome because of the existing dispensaries nearby and the amount of residential buildings in the area. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for department staff? Thank you. Then we will move on to the applicant's presentation, Mr. Hodge.
Good evening. I'm Arthur Hodge. I'm a designated representative from Henry Yang. He was unable to make it this evening, so I'm appearing for him. This business is located geographically a little bit north of the airport. If you head out Westchester Parkway, make a right turn on Pershing, you know there's a couple blocks there that are commercial, some restaurants and such. It's immediately on the left-hand side, on the west side of the street. A really small unit. It's about 600 square feet. It's just one small suite. This is a pre-ICO business, so it's lasted all that time, which is something to be applauded on its own. Mr. Yang has been the owner of the time. He did attend the community meeting and spoke in favor of the business. There was one written comment. As was noted, we're not really sure how to respond to it. I can appreciate the concern that there might be too many cannabis businesses and that there were residential buildings in the area. However, it is in a commercial district within that area, and there aren't many other commercial districts in that proximity. In any event, we remain open to those types of comments. We'd like to address them if they came to us. We have, though, otherwise a positive relationship with the other businesses. And I'm open for questions.
Okay, I do have a question for staff. And they're outside of the 700-foot radius from St. Bernard's and from Westchester High?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Types of services, 600 square feet. Like, what do they?
In the old days, they called it a trap, I guess.
Yeah.
It's a small, tiny store, retail only.
Retail only.
Retail only.
I don't have any other questions. It's kind of like the one we heard earlier, like the area is kind of the neighborhood area, but Pershing is like a major vein, but it's not like a huge traffic thoroughfare in that community. It's still kind of like a quiet, sleepy little hollow area.
Like the Hoover.
Mhm,
Yes,
mhm.
very like that. Yeah. A little
Yep.
busier than the Hoover.
Just, yeah, this is just a wider street. Yeah, I have no questions. Commissioner Nash?
Nope.
All right,
Thank you very much for your time.
thank you. We are on to deliberations, if any. All right, that's a no. Then may I have a motion?
Regarding item number 16, DCR Core Record number 101763 for the business located at 8405 South Pershing Drive, Suite 100. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in the staff report dated September 3, 2024.
Commissioner Farmer, a second.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote? President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 17 is DCR Core Record number 100637. This is a request from Strain Balboa Caregivers to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 21619 to 21625 West Devonshire Street. Josie, Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake. I'm a licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 17 for the Department of Cannabis Regulations. DCR Core Record number 100637 is associated with Strain Balboa Caregivers Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. This business is located in the Chatsworth Porter Ranch Community Plan Area within Council District 12 at 21619 through 21625 West Devonshire Street, a parcel zone for community commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10001152-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 30th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about August 8th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual meeting was held on August 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 3 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine that this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, do have a representative here. Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Actually, I have two speaker cards.
Good evening. My name is Sean Lang, president of the corporation and operator. And we thank you for this opportunity for annual licensing. Strain Bubble Caregivers has been in operation since 2006. We've operated in the city of Chatsworth since 2014. We have a lot of community involvement. We hire people from our community. We have an intricate part of Chatsworth community that we do a lot of work with. For example, one of our partners is on the council of Chatsworth Neighborhood Council and are part of the local Kiwanis group in that community. We also engage annually in toy drives for that community for Toys for Tots. We also do Thanksgiving food drives. We do street cleanups in our community. We have a couple of our staff members to donate their time to get involved as well. And we also donate time to a local church that has a program called Laundry Love, where we pay for anyone's laundry for the first hour of that day for people who have some financial concerns. We also are very concerned with the security at our facility. So we keep a good armed staff to monitor the parking lot as well as inside. The way our facility is situated, we fortunately have adequate parking in front of the facility and in back of the facility. And then after hours, we have a 24 or I'm sorry, not a 24-hour, but a monitoring service. So we have eyes on the facility at all times of business. Chatsworth's been very good to us. And so we like to also give back to Chatsworth as well. We also have a good relationship with our neighbors. Yearly, we give them, during Christmas time, we give a gift package to our immediate surrounding neighbors. And we have also, I'm sorry, we also, that's what it was. We also participate in a block fest annually that the community gives. So we also, by hiring the people in the community, we've introduced them to this industry and have trained them in this industry. And some people have left our facility and have been able to thrive still in the industry as a result of our training. So I think that provides good help to the community. Another thing is we do take compliance very seriously. So throughout the years, we've been a stickler for that, as our record could show that we've always complied with any issues or requirements of the licensing process. So I'll let my partner speak as well.
Hello, Jeremy Thomas with Strain Bubble Caregivers. Thank you guys for your time. I just wanted to add in that also we stay in contact with the local neighborhood council, participating in events or asking if there's anything that we can also be involved with. Very open relationship there. And the same with Devonshire Division of LAPD. We've reached out to them, and especially someone earlier had alluded to illegal, dispensaries operating. So that's happened in our district as well. So we've reached out to them and, with the council office, and they've been pretty proactive to get them out of our area within, say, 60 days or so. So, definitely the approach that you had mentioned earlier, just kind of create a little bit of a buzz in the local community and get them out of there. But yeah, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. You brought a smile to my face. So you've actually seen them shut down an illegal dispensary?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, it seems to be it was the same operators 3 different times in 3 different locations. One time they even used our license, and like put it up on a website and said they were who they were, but with our license. Yeah, so just monitoring that and working with, like I said, Devonshire Division and the council office, and contacting DCR. It seems like that 3-step approach worked out well.
Well, congratulations. I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farmy, how you doing? Mr. Thomas, what's your relation to the entity?
I'm one of the partners.
Your partner?
Yeah.
That was quick. I don't have any questions. Thank you for being here and for sitting through this afternoon.
Yes, no problem.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Mhm.
We are on to deliberations, if any.
Me.
None for me.
I don't have any things about the entity itself, but I will just like to say that they have a lot happening in the community.
You want to
feel like
speak
they-
into your?
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Farmer, sorry about that. I was just stating what I had heard, repeating back what I'd heard in terms of how they were grounded with the community and all of the things that they did in partnership with the community around, Toys for Tots, the food drives, staff kind of like donating time, clean up, laundry up, all of those sorts of things, which I think creates a good partnership. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you for that. I agree. Well, then, do we have a motion, gentlemen?
So Commissioner Farmby. Item number 17, DCR Core Record number 100637. Applicant is strained by Board Caregivers Incorporated in the Chatworth Porter Ranch area. Business premises is 21619-21625 West Devonshire Street. I move a motion to recommend the staff's recommendations for licensing.
You make a motion to what? Did you say recommend?
Yeah, for the staff recommendations,
A motion to accept?
to move a motion. Oh, I move the motion to adopt the staff's recommendation.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. No action will be taken on item 18, DCR Core Record number 100629. And so we are on to item 19, DCR Core Record number 100613. This is a request from Herbal Remedies Caregivers Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 12423 Gladstone Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from staff.
Good evening. This is Corey Blake, Licensing Supervisor with Department of Cannabis Regulations, and I will present item number 19. DCR Core Record number 100613 is associated with Herbal Remedies Caregivers Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Sylmar Community Plan Area with a Council District 7 at 12423 North Gladstone Avenue, a parcel zoned for limited industrial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0000252-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 18th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The applicant is an existing medical marijuana dispensary pursuant to Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 105.03B, and EMMD shall not be subject to the zone, distance, and sensitive use restrictions stated in LAMC Section 105.02 until after December 31st, 2025, on the condition that the MMMD operates and continues to operate in compliance with the distance and sensitive use restrictions. On or about August 8th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. A virtual community meeting was held on August 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were supportive of the business. The favorable comments included the cleanliness of the property, knowledgeable staff, and strong security presence, and being positive members in the community. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentations for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
No.
Okay. Ms. Treviso, is there a representative on the line?
I don't see the raised hand, but I do have phone numbers, so I will verify that they are on the call. Yes. Caller with phone number ending in 4306. Please state your name and how you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you. Sorry about that. I had an issue raising my hand in the queue. My name is Molly Pitluck, and I'm a representative of Herbal Remedies Caregivers. HRC is a majority-owned and operated minority female business that has been operating from the licensed premises for the past 5 years with its state dispensary license issued since June 2019. They have worked hard to get all of its licenses in place and maintain licensing compliance, paying a lot of money for its licensing and renewal fees, and is pleased to report it received 7 positive comments from the community meetings in support of its annual license and no complaints or opposition. Furthermore, HRC is not aware of any complaints that it has received from members of the community or to the DCR or the DCC. HRC has committed itself to providing safe, tested cannabis to its customers and patients. They've served hundreds of medicinal cannabis patients over the years, helping to ease the symptoms and negative side effects of treatments for all too common debilitating diseases such as arthritis, cancer, epilepsy, and chronic nausea. They've always been and will continue to be dedicated to providing a safe, clean, calming environment for its community, neighbors, employees, patrons, customers, and vendors. They have proper indoor and outdoor lighting, and even though not required, their third-party security is at the licensed premises 24/7, including holidays and night when the premises are closed. They do regular perimeter checks and monitor the video surveillance system to show a strong security presence in the neighborhood and deter general crime in the area. They maintain a clean and attractive environment, strictly prohibiting loitering, littering, and consumption to avoid nuisance and crime. They have environmentally friendly landscaping at the premises to reduce the amount of water required for maintenance and conduct regular visual maintenance checks on all equipment. Most importantly, they meet all the criteria for issuance of its annual license as set forth in LAMC 104.04. The premises are substantially the same as the diagram submitted to the DCR. They've always provided the DCR with timely and truthful responses to requested information. They've never denied the DCR access to the premises, had a license revoked or denied, failed an inspection. There have been no complaints, as already stated, and there's been no documented issues with law enforcement to indicate a significant public safety concern. The licensed premises fully comply with the land use and zoning requirements in 10502. There have not been a conviction related to the licensed premises. They're located in similar community plan, which has not reached undue concentration. And nobody holds office in any agency or the state of the city related to commercial cannabis businesses. Finally, no owner or primary personnel is a foreign company or citizen or holds office as stated above. Nobody has been convicted of a disqualifying conviction or received a civil judgment concerning illegal commercial cannabis activity. We appreciate your consideration and respectfully request that you adopt the DCR's recommendation of approval and approve the issuance of the annual license. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the caller?
This is Commissioner Farnaby. How you doing, Molly? I have a
I'm good,
question.
Commissioner.
I have a question
Yes,
for
sir.
you. You had submitted a submission in support of HRC on August 29th. I am in receipt of it, but I don't see any attachment here. It's not, we're not able to, or at least I'm not able to pull it up. Can you walk through what was attached and what you submitted?
Oh, absolutely. I'm sorry about that. Lucky for you and everybody else, it was basically, it covered everything that I discussed just now in my oral statement.
This is Commissioner Farnaby. I was just provided a copy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm allowing Commissioner Farnaby a moment to peruse.
Hi, this is Commissioner Farnaby. Ms. Pitlock?
Yes.
This, what I have a copy of is from the entity in terms of support. Is that correct? What I
Yeah,
read is
this is
memorandum
the-
of support for the annual licenses from the entity.
That's correct. That is what we submitted as part of the regular submission, which was due by 2:00 last Thursday.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Farnaby, I'm sorry, Vice President Nash.
No question.
Oh, I understand the confusion because it was the same day. It was due the same day as our community meeting.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm good.
Okay, there are no questions for the applicant. Are there any deliberations? Hearing none, Vice President Nash, do you have a motion?
Yes, regarding item number 19, DCR Core Record number 100613 for the business located at 12423 Gladstone Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated September 3, 2024.
This is Commissioner Farnaby, a second.
Mr. Beazle, thank you, gentlemen. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farnaby, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Round about this time, I usually call a second recess, but we are on item 20 and we only have 23 items, so we're going to keep going. There is no recess tonight. I didn't think anyone would object to that. So we are on to item number 20, DCR Core Record number 100077 This is a request from Delta 9 THC LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 824 East Anaheim Street. Mr. Visa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, there is no raised hand in the virtual meeting or no speaker card.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake, licensing supervisor, and I represent item number 20 for the Department of Cannabis Regulations. DCR Core Record number 1000077 is associated with Delta 9 THC LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Wilmington Harbor City Community Plan Area within Council District 15 at 824 East Anaheim Street, a parcel zoned for light manufacturing purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of September 29, 2020. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional C10-000081-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 22, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about August 8th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on August 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were positive. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, we do have a presenter on behalf of the applicant. First name Javier, last name I think it's Montez. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Javier Montez. I am the CEO, partner, and owner of Delta 9 THC LLC, located in Council District 15 in Wilmington, California. Today, I'm here in support of Delta 9 THC's application for an annual retail license. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss this application with you. We have been part of the Los Angeles community since 2007, and we first obtained a BTRC, which is a business tax registration certificate at the time. Over the past 17 years, we have remained dedicated to serving the community and adopting to the evolving regulations along the way. We are now on the brink of realizing our longstanding goal of becoming an annual licensed commercial cannabis business in the city of Los Angeles. Our commitment to the community's well-being is unwavering, and we pledge to continue prioritizing safety and responsibility in our operations and product offerings. We recognize the importance of adhering to the rules and regulations for cannabis procedures. We're eager to continue to collaborate with the Department of Cannabis Regulation throughout the licensing process. Thank you for consideration of our application. We're confident that our track record in how we operate our business and our dedication to the licensing process make us a strong candidate for this annual license. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations on 17 years.
It's gone by really quick, but a lot of ups and downs along the way.
Yeah, time is in a hurry to get somewhere, that's for sure. That is for sure. Thank you for being here as well.
Yes.
I don't have any questions for you. Commissioners, any questions?
No, I do not.
All right. Is there a motion? I mean, deliberations.
Questions, no deliberation.
All right, motions.
All righty. This is Commissioner Farnby. This is for item number 20. DCR Core Record number 100077. Applicant Delta 9 THC LLC in the Wilmington Harbor City area. Business premises is located at 824 East Anaheim Street. I move a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation annual license.
Vice President Nash.
I'm sorry, this is Emily Wan from the City Attorney's Office. Might I make a suggestion that you make a motion to adopt the recommendations in the staff's report because it also includes CEQA recommendations in addition to annual licensure.
That part. Should I say that?
Adopt the staff recommendation as in their, instead in their report.
Okay, I move to adopt the staff's recommendations as stated in their report.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
All right.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Farnby, for the comic relief. Appreciate that. Little break in the monotony, never a bad thing. We are on to item 21, DCR Core Record number 100041. This is a request from Mission Hills Patients Collective to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 18446 Hart Street. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card for anyone in the virtual meeting.
Okay, then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake, licensing supervisor, and I represent item number 21 for the Department of Cannabis Regulations. DCR Core Record number 100041 is associated with Mission Hills Patients Collective Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Reseda, West Van Nuys Community Plan Area within Council District 4. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 23rd, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-000085-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 26, 2025. Please note this provisional and the effective date of the aforementioned temporary approval was for the prior location at 18446 Hart Street, Reseda, California. The current business premises is located at 6944 North Reseda Boulevard, a parcel zone for community commercial purposes, and they do not have a provisional license nor temporary approval at their current location. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about August 8th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on August 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive any oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, then we will hear from we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium. State your name for the record, your relationship, and you'll have 10 minutes to address.
Good evening, dear commissioners. Arthur Zatian, representative, behalf of the Mission Hills Patients Collective. Mission Hills Patients Collective has been operating since 2006. 2017, it has been relocated to the address in Reseda and has been compliance with Measure M and the state law and LMC. Mission Hills Patients Collective operating is from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Of course, has the guard, but besides that, after operation time, we have a night guard, which is really helpful for the community with the K9, the armed guard, night guard with the K9, and guarding from midnight to 9 and to the 6 a.m. Also, besides the cameras, we have that required by the state law and the DCR. We have extra 16 more channels outside cameras, which was really helpful for LAPD. 2 times we provide the records, and that was really helpful for the LAPD to getting the camera catch the suspect. Also, 3 times we informed the LAPD to shut down in Reseda 3 illegal storefront activities and has been successfully shut down. We are operating the compliance since 2017 and with no any violation, and we are following all the regulations and the state law and the LMC code. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
How you doing? Commissioner Farby, where you're located, do you all like share the parking lot? Do you all share that or do you just use?
No, yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot about the parking. It's
Yeah.
important. We have a separate parking. It's about 12 parkings with 1 disability parking.
Is it on the
It's
property?
own parking. It's a building is by itself. There is no share with the parking. We have 12 parkings, which is really helpful for us. On Reseda, especially on Reseda, so we have a parking, and especially we have a disability parking with the disability access.
Got it. Thank you.
I have no questions. Any questions, Commissioner Nash?
No.
Okay, thank you for being here. We are on to deliberations. Okay, hearing none, is there a motion?
Regarding item number 21, DCR Core Record number 100041 for the business located at 18446 Hart Street, I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated September 3, 2024.
Commissioner Farby, a second.
Thank you, Mr. Viso. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 22, DCR Core Record number 100032. This is a request from Trinity MA Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 2131 South Westwood Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or anyone in the virtual meeting with a raised hand.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake, licensing supervisor for the Department of Cannabis Regulations, and I will present item number 22. DCR Core Record number 100032 is associated with Trinity MA Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the West Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 5 at 2131 South Westwood Boulevard, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C 10-00000179-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 11, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.2 for the social equity program. On or about August 8th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on August 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were against the application, with concerns expressed regarding the proximity of nearby children's services, playgrounds, daycares, and a homeless shelter opening soon. Complaints were made about customers discarding cannabis product trash on neighborhood streets, sidewalks, and yards while not observing street parking regulations. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you, commissioners. Any questions for department staff? Okay, then we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Nguyen.
Good evening, Honorable Cannabis Commission and staff. Trinity MA has been with this community since 2016. We are minority owned and have been that neighborhood shop that almost every local customer or industry member has frequented. Local and community means a lot more to us than just a customer transaction here. We believe in cannabis and its medicinal benefits, not just for recreational use. We've seen these benefits heal and improve many lives over the years, which is fulfilling. We've also given back for many years and have established relationships with the UCLA Children's Hospital, donating funds actively and toy drives in the winter. Active involvement with Feed the Children programs and prioritize hiring local. Community cleanup in our surrounding and neighboring areas, picking up trash and pressure washing. Frequently more often since homeless activity has escalated over the years. Due to that, we've looked out for our neighbors with abandoned buildings that were neglected from landlords and notified them when squatters tried to break in and vacate. We have active surveillance monitoring for after hours when the store is closed with an online security company until we're back open at 8 a.m. Looking out not just for our business after hours, but always considering our local neighbors. Worked with LAPD to submit camera footage related to a bank robbery and other incidents before. We respect the neighborhood, local cannabis community, DCR, and regulations. Always paid our taxes on time with serious consideration for compliance. It has been a pleasure serving and being a part of this West LA community. And thank you for this opportunity, and we respectfully ask you to consider approval.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the representative?
I was in on that CRC hearing, and I would like to address those concerns because I remember it was like the first call. Yeah. As far as the saturation, we've been here since 2015. You know, so we've seen others open up. We weren't the very first one. Yeah, there's another one on Pico that was there. So we've seen many stores open up since after 2018, especially, and then more of lately. And as far as the children's center, they moved in after us as well. We were there at 16, and I think they came in at 19. So we've always been in compliance, and with customers littering, we pressure wash, we clean up, we pick up trash frequently. I think that's probably from a community member that's on the side streets, but we have signs posted in the store that says, no littering, no loitering. And if, any community member has proof or can call out like a customer that came from our store, we give them first a verbal warning, and then after that, if it's happened again, then we ban them from the store, which has happened before. So we take part in being accountable and making our members accountable as much as possible.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. That's helpful. I wanted to ask you about, sorry, Commissioner Farmby, about the two other businesses. Are those licensed locations? Do you know the two that open after you?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
However, I would like to let you guys know, out of many other neighborhoods where my friends have stores in, and they're always complaining about these illegal stores getting shut down. I've seen better enforcement and activity with West LA. So the stores that have opened up, I think the longest I've seen that was operating was like maybe 8 months. But then there's been probably like 4 other ones where I've seen, and they didn't last more than like 2 months. So I was like, whoa, but other neighborhoods we get, could be bad, but at least on this side of town, it's been pretty strong enforcement.
Oh, that's a
That's
pretty
good to hear.
heavy implication.
Yeah. Thank you.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Commissioner Farley? All right. I don't have any questions. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We are open for deliberations.
Nothing for me.
Okay, then, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Farmby on item number 22. DCR Core Record number 100032. Applicant Trinity MA Incorporated in the West Los Angeles area, the West Side. Business premises is located at 2131 South Westwood Boulevard. I move a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item number 23, DCR Core Record number 310116. This is a request from the Nordoff Company LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 4515 York Boulevard. Mr. Visa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening, Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director, here for item number 23, DCR Core Record number 310116. This is associated with the Nordoff Company LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located in the Northeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 14. The applicant received temporary approval with an effective date of July 9th to 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-000-1461-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales at this location. That license is active through July 3rd, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of Municipal Code Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is a parcel zone for neighborhood commercial purposes, which complies with LEMC 105. The applicant is subject to the requirements of the Social Equity Program, as I mentioned, and they have been evaluated for compliance with the social equity requirements pursuant to LAMC Section 10420. To comply with those equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, which is the business entity, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC Section 10420 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided by this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about August 8th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. A virtual community meeting was held on August 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted written online input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were both positive and negative. Positive comments included the business's ability to engage well with the community and its profound local outreach methods, as well as local hiring and donating to the local Center of Arts. Several speakers mentioned that the business had wonderful customer service. Negative comments expressed concern about the proximity of a nearby school. Speakers also mentioned concerns about loitering, littering, graffiti, public consumption, and noise light pollution issues. We did receive a complaint about this particular location as it relates to the proximity of the school. Can we go to the next slide, please? So in July, DCR received a complaint regarding the applicant's proximity to an elementary school. That complaint was referred by the compliance division to the licensing division, and the licensing division confirmed the original land use review, which deemed it compliant. There's a couple of different things within the proximity of this business. There's Toland Way Early Education Center, which is associated with 4505 Toland Way. And there's an elementary school associated with Toland Way, Toland Way Elementary School, which is located at 4545 Toland Way. An early education center is a preschool, so it does not meet the definition of a school under Municipal Code Section 10501. 4505 Toland Way does not currently meet the definition of a daycare center under Municipal Code Section 10501. To be considered a daycare center, 4505 Toland Way must possess a child care infant center, child care center, or child care center preschool license issued by the state of California Department of Social Services. At this time, Toland Way Early Education Center has been defunded by LAUSD and is not currently in operation. The parcel that the Early Education Center is located on is also shared with the elementary school. So when we do the measurements, we actually measure to the closest fence line of the elementary school. Can we go to the next slide, please? So the closest exterior wall from the commercial cannabis business to the closest fence line associated with Toland Way Elementary School is over 700 feet away. We have an image of our zoning information map access system showing the exterior wall from the business to the closest fence line. That is the image on the left-hand side of the screen. You can also see aerial images of the school, the two pink buildings up at the top, and then you see a drop. That's the demarcation line for the school versus the early education center is the building down below. And then it's adjacent to a Sparklets processing facility. So you can also see the area from that. And then if you look, we have the Google image from the 4505 Toland Way, which shows a separate entrance to the early education center as a separate driveway for the early education center. So next slide, please. So in order to do the mapping, what we did was, you can see the red line in the image, we created a demarcation line that demarcates the difference between the early education center and the elementary school. And that's how we actually determine the measurements. Members of the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council and other stakeholders believe that we should have been measuring to the parcel line where the early education center used to operate, but that is incorrect since this parcel has two different uses on it and it's not under the exclusive use of the elementary school. Even though the property owner, LAUSD, is the same, the code says the sensitive use. And this is a parcel that is not used exclusively for an elementary school. Therefore, it was appropriate for the department to measure to the closest line of the elementary school. We did outline a lot of this information in the report because it did come up as a complaint that got referred to licensing as well as in the community meeting. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and bless you. And a representative from our compliance and enforcement team is in attendance, will be able to provide you additional information there. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in Municipal Code Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission to adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and to approve the issuance of this annual license. And with that, I welcome Rocky Wiles to the podium as the head of our Compliance and Enforcement Division.
Thank you, Jason. Good evening, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles for the record. So this location, we conducted a compliance inspection on August 21st. Jason did mention that we had received complaints. 3 other complaints were about, like you mentioned, the sensitive uses. We did have a complaint about security personnel not being on site. When we conducted our inspection on August 21st, we did confirm that they do have their security personnel as required. So that complaint will be closed if it hasn't been already by my staff. The NTC that was issued on September 4th included 4 deficiencies. The last 2 is really, it's the same regulation, which has to do with record retention. Again, so starting from the top, they haven't registered their DBA with DCR. However, I have been informed that they have submitted the modification as of today. Their badges, their ID badges for the employees don't include the DCR record number and the employee ID number. And as I mentioned, the last 2 deficiencies have to do with their records. So their employee records are not, as far as on that day, not being maintained with the name and social security of the employees. And they don't have, training records for their employees. I have been informed by my staff that the social equity applicant has made contact with, the compliance analyst and are currently working with her.
Thank you. Any questions?
Vice President Nash, do you know if any of the discrepancies have been already taken care of?
As I mentioned, we just released the NTC yesterday, but I believe that because staff did meet with the operator on the day of the inspection, they were aware of the deficiencies and they have submitted the modification necessary to at least take care of the first one.
And that was the DBA?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Any other questions? I'm sorry.
I have some questions for staff. I've read the submissions very carefully, and personally, I think they make a very good argument. I'm having a hard time distinguishing whether it's considered a school or a daycare center. It's the parcel is all owned by the school. And including the portion that has been referred to as the former daycare center. And it's been so owned for quite some time. They share the same APN number, and it's my understanding that that's been at least since 1965. And so although they're not currently using that portion of the parcel as a school, it's currently my opinion that it's all part of the same parcel. The school is a school, and we know that. And I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around how we would distinguish this other area simply because it's not currently being used as that, although owned by the school. And so maybe you could just make one more attempt for me to explain that. And one concern I really have is that it is the exclusive use. It's the parcel that was referred to as the former daycare center is not leased to anybody else. It's not being used for any other purpose right now. It is just simply part of the school parcel, and it's owned by the school. And that's a very significant fact in my mind.
Assistant Executive Director Jason Killeen. So I will try to break it down as colloquially for the audience as possible. The definition for distancing, it's exclusive use. It's the sensitive uses exclusive use. So school is a defined sensitive use. So even though LAUSD owns all of those parcels, and all of those parcels are tied to the same tax assessor number, the parcel and the lot in question has two different uses. One of those document uses is an early education center that was owned and operated by LAUSD. That is tied to the 45050 address. And then separately, they have a portion of the school on the parcel that is tied to the address out of 4545 Toland Way. So there are two different uses occurring on the parcel. One is for the early education center, which is a preschool. So that would be considered a daycare sensitive use. The separate one is the school being operated out of there. So if they were to get funding for the early education center, they would operate the early education center at 4505 Toland Way, which is a different sensitive use. Therefore, the school, which is a sensitive use, does not have exclusive use of the parcel, even though it's owned by Los Angeles Unified School District. So there's several examples, and I know a couple of them popped up today, where you'll see on the ZMIS maps and other things, early education centers will ping up on ZMIS as a school and have a 500-foot radius. Now, ZMIS is maintained by the city planning department, and their definition and threshold for a school is different than ours. So the parcel in question is a split use. Under LEMC code 10502A 1B, it requires the business to be located outside of a 700-foot radius of a sensitive use. So there is no question that the school proper is outside of that 700-foot radius. The only question is whether or not we measure from the closest exterior wall of the commercial cannabis business to the parcel line, or we measure to the fence line of the school. If you measure to the parcel line, it comes up about 18 feet short. If you measure to the fence line, it's 30 to 50 feet over, depending on what part of the fence you measure to. Separately, I did play an active role in the creation of the amendment to the land use ordinance, as well as section 104 of the municipal code. You'll notice there's different language in both of those sections. So specifically in 10406B1 little 3B, when we talk about mailing notice, we intentionally use the records maintained by the county assessor's office, which is the people who tax those parcels. So if it was our intent to use the assessor's parcel number or the county's records for determining the measurements for parcel lines in LAMC section 105, that's what we would have done. But what that would have done is like LUS or The state of California, the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA has a daycare facility on their campus. The primary use is a college campus, which is not a sensitive use. So if you were to have that daycare on that larger campus and you were to measure to the parcel line of that campus, that entire geographic area would be knocked out, including all of those businesses on the west side. So we intentionally used the lot and the parcel and broke it up about the uses on the parcel to determine how we would do the measurements. And in this case, I do believe the department was correct because there were two documented uses. The early education center, which would fall under the definition of a daycare if they had a license, and the school that we measured from the closest exterior wall of the business to the fence line of the school.
I get it.
This is Vice President Nash. Does the regulation you're saying uses the term parcel?
Yes, sir. So
Is the term parcel defined anywhere?
the term parcel is not a capital P parcel, so it's a lowercase p parcel. And based on our zoning provisions, lot is a defined term and lot is tied to, it's a parcel of land. So lowercase p parcel falls within the definition of lot. So on the measurements, we're not looking at the assessor's data and how they determine the parcel size. Each of those individual lots that the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council has said are tied together. That may be the case that they've done lot line adjustments to tie the parcels together, but that doesn't change the fact that the parcel that they want us to measure to the parcel line on has two distinct uses on it. One is for the early education center and one is for the school, which is why we didn't measure to the parcel line. We measured to the fence line of the school.
Is the term lot defined?
Yes, it is.
And what's the definition of lot?
If you bear with me, I can bring it up. And just for the record, because we rarely get into land use related reviews before this body. In section 10501, which has the definitions for the land use rules, the preamble for that section says the following words or phrases when used in this article shall be construed as defined below. If the words and phrases not defined here shall be construed as defined in section 1101 of the municipal code and 1203 of the municipal code. So in reviewing that language, of course, lot is defined under municipal code section 1203. There are a lot of definitions, so bear with me while I scroll down to it. So lot is defined as a parcel of land occupied or to be occupied by a use, building or unit group of buildings and accessory buildings and uses together with yards, open spaces, lot width and lot area as required by this chapter and fronting for a distance of at least 20 feet upon a street as defined here or upon a private street as defined in Article 8 of the chapter. The width of an access strip portion of a lot should not be less than 20 feet at any point. In a residential plan development or an approved small lot division, a lot need have only the street frontage or access as provided on the recorded subdivision track or parcel map for the development.
Thank you.
Second Brunswick and Nash, we got a lot going on over there. Oh.
I don't think he heard you.
Oh. It's Commissioner Farmy. I was asking what's going on over there. Yeah, I see a lot going on in that head of yours.
During deliberations.
Okay, gotcha.
Any more
Done.
questions for staff?
Nope.
Okay, we do have two presenters here. Sean Maddox and Daryl Allen. State your name for the record, your relationship to this entity, and you will have 2 minutes.
We do have
10
some minutes
minutes.
as well.
Okay,
I'm Daryl, a social equity applicant and owner of the Noroff Company, LLC.
Sean Maddox, representative for the Nordhoff Company.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Daryl Allen. I'm the owner of the Noroff Company. I've been working for the past 6 years to gain social equity qualification and to bring this project to bring it to fruition. As a great neighborhood of Eagle Rock for a little over a month now. Well, we've been operating in Eagle Rock for a little over a month now. Opening in this business, the fulfillment of a lifelong dream for me to be a business owner. I truly believe Eagle Rock is a place where the business can flourish. I chose to partner with the operator who was my investor, who has provided me the guidance necessary to empower me throughout this process, from startup to commencement of operations. So far, we are actualizing our plan. My goal is for the Nordhoff Company to be a high-performing, socially responsible business, one that takes local residents safe, supports local initiatives, and assimilates into the community without any adverse impacts. Throughout this presentation, we will describe how we are going to great lengths to uphold these responsibilities as a member of the Eagle Rock community.
Next slide, please. The above slide shows the interior layout of the retail use. This includes approximately 2,040 square feet of usable space, which allows for optimal space allocation from an operational safety and efficiency standpoint. Layout is typical of most stores, which includes a central secure check-in area that allows staff to verify customers before allowing access to the retail area. Floor plan provides a separate entrance for all vendors to keep incoming and outgoing product deliveries separated from the customer entrance and streamlined to limited access areas. Layout includes a large retail floor and a separated limited access back of house area, which includes a vault, secured product storage, office, as well as a non-public restroom and employee break area. Next slide, please. We have developed and implemented a good neighbor policy and community integration plan. To date, we have gone door to door to many surrounding neighbors to answer frequently asked questions and provide information on who we are. Other integration efforts include our commitment to hiring at least 70% local employees, as well as offering paid volunteer time off for employees to volunteer in local organizations. We've participated in a food drive for LA community fridges and are working to organize a park cleanup in the coming months. Further, we have implemented lighting, odor control, and traffic plans, as well as a community liaison who's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure continued adherence to our good neighbor policy. Security and improving safety of our site is another thing we take pride in. We work with Coldwater Security and utilize their guards for security during business hours, which include roving exterior sweeps during hours of operation. On-site surveillance includes 30 combined interior and exterior cameras. Interior cameras include facial recognition. Outside cameras provide license reading capabilities. We also incorporate motion detection units, glass break sensors, panic buttons, secure card reader access for limited access areas, as well as video retention exceeding states mandated 90 days. We are proud of our ability to integrate into the communities we serve with little to no negative impact to our neighbors. Next slide, please.
So this slide provides a timeline of our efforts for neighborhood council outreach and the subsequent neighborhood council meeting. We sent our initial correspondence to the neighborhood council on July 17th to let them know we were as a company, describe our community engagement efforts, and ask for some input and feedback regarding how we could best serve the Eagle Rock community. We did not hear back from the council for about a month, and then we sent another email on August 13th, which was rejected due to a technical error. After getting additional contact information from the DCR, we sent the third email to the neighborhood council on August 16th. They responded the next day, which was a Saturday, to let us know that they scheduled a neighborhood council meeting within 48 hours on that Monday, the 19th. We reached out immediately on Monday morning to request postponement of that request, and it was denied. At the council meeting on August 19th, the council voted not to support the project based on concerns over buffer compliance. The council said they will provide us with a copy of the council decision and letter they will submit to DCR, which we have not received. We have really tried to work with the neighborhood council to integrate ourselves in Eagle Rock, but we are discouraged by the city's council's lack of transparency and communication. And we have been quite blindsided by the lack of willingness to hear us out. Next slide.
Next slide, please. With the buffer, I'm not going to do any justice compared to what Jason spoke on earlier. I will bring up one additional section of the code, which is section 105.02 subsection C, which explains that an applicant's premises location shall be deemed compliant with the required distances specified in section 105.02 from sensitive uses if the business premises location complies with required distances from all sensitive uses that are publicly available to the department on the verification date. The DCR confirmed our compliance with buffer restrictions on May 11th, 2023, when they issued approval of our pre-application. We've been operating on the basis of that confirmation for over 18 months now and building this out and bringing this door into fruition. So we're just as surprised to hear about the buffer complaints as anybody else. Next slide, please. This is just a slide to show that we did our public posting for the hearings. Next slide, please.
All right, so during the DCR community meeting, I was humbled by the support we received and surprised about the negative feedback. We posted the community liaisons information on site and have gone door to door to many neighbors to seek input and feedback. Outside of the neighborhood council and DCR community meetings, we've not received any direct communication. Within that said, it is our responsibility to listen and adapt our operations to ensure we respond to neighbors' concerns. During the community meeting, 5 opposition calls were received. 2 were concerned about the proximity to the Totem Way Educational Center, which was addressed earlier by Sean. Another call was concerned with oversaturation. I can assure the council our location meets all buffer and density requirements under the LA code. Lastly, 3 calls spoke of community impact concerns. These included loitering, public consumption, graffiti, parking, lighting, and site improvements, as well as operating hours. This is the first time we've heard of these concerns, and most have been addressed by our integration efforts and good neighbor policy. However, we have taken action to ensure all of these are addressed. Aside from calls and opposition, I would also like to recognize calls in support of our business and its community presence. 2 business called to talk about our assimilation efforts and positive impact. Another call included a customer who spoke to the family environment of our store, our local employees, and efforts to connect with the community. We received report from 2 employees who spoke about company culture and welcoming environments we have created. I look forward to continuing community feedback and will turn it over to Sean to discuss how you already responded to that.
Next slide, please. I'm going to gloss over school proximity and oversaturation, as Jason did a great job speaking on those earlier. Our good neighbor policy does include roving security guards during operating hours, but we have increased patrols during operating hours after listening to last week's meeting. Since opening, we've had 3 incidents of graffiti, a 4th that happened yesterday. All of these have been responded to within 24 hours. Our lot is adequately parked with 11 spaces, and we've experienced little to no parking overflow on adjacent street public parking. But as Daryl will attest to, that street has been overparked since before we even came here. So anything concerns about parking, you could probably just chalk up to LA and lack of parking in general. Lastly, concerns about operating hours have been heard and taken into account. We heard 2 people complain about opening at 6 a.m. We've shifted operating hours to open at 8 a.m. as of today. You can see that on posted on our website as well as on Google Maps. Next slide, please. Lastly, there were some concerns about the site improvements. Despite complaints to the alternative, we put significant time and effort into our site improvements. We developed a photometric plan that increases visibility. We modernized the existing facade with a fresh coat of paint and new signage. We took up all the weeds in the parking lot as well as restriped the parking lot. And we also put in bollards for security and safety purposes. We're working with a muralist to install a mural on the building. We want our facility to be an emblem of the community, and we're working hard to make sure that it does that. Next slide, please.
Closing, while we've been open for about a month, we've had great strides in community engagement, making a difference in Eagle Rock. We're the members of the Eagle Rock Association, which is a volunteer organization of community members who have come together to safeguard and enhance quality of life in Eagle Rock. Our membership help us stay current on the local issues and events and better understand the community's priorities. We made an initial contribution to the Eagle Rock Center of the Arts, whose mission is to provide innovative and inclusive art programming to diverse communities of Northeast LA and beyond. We are determining additional ways to partner with the Center of the Arts to support their programming.
We are working with the LA Community Fridges to facilitate access to fresh food for community members across LA. We purchased and donated a large quantity of food to power the organization's food distribution events in Eagle Rock, and we are committed to further support on a monthly basis in Eagle Rock and communities throughout LA. At the heart of our community engagement strategy is a sense of humbleness and appreciation towards Eagle Rock, and we truly understand the importance of getting to know the communities we serve. Our hopes and to continue operations in Eagle Rock, combined with collaborations with the Eagle Rock Association and local officials, will help us diversify or originalize partnerships and contributions, provide increased community benefits. Overall, I feel extremely blessed to be in this opportunity to open up and operate in a business in LA. Me and my family have suffered, and we were victims of the fallout of the war on drugs. Being able to open this business has given me the opportunity to create a legacy, and as a small business owner, in addition to securing financial stability for myself and my loved ones. I'm proud of the work we've done to this point in this business, create local jobs, and begin a long-term and positive, impactful relationship with the community of Eagle Rock. For the reasons, I am humbly asking the commission to approve our application for annual license. Thank you.
We're available for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the slide presentation. Thank you for your patience this evening. I have to commend you for being one of the first of, as Commissioner Farnbean pointed out earlier, hundreds of applicants to go into great and meticulous detail about the feedback you've received from the community and during the community meetings, both good and bad. You were very unbiased in your presentation, and I applaud you for that. My question has to do with outreach to LAUSD. Have you had any contact with the neighboring school?
Sure, Sean can answer that better than I can.
We haven't as of yet. We were not aware of the buffer issue on our initial outreach and really didn't become aware of it until about a week and a half ago when kind of being blindsided by the neighborhood council meeting. Daryl and I spoke today, and I think it was Commissioner Farnby or you, President Mason, who mentioned the hope that people would reach out once they find out about these things. And it was our plan, if given the annual, to write a letter, and we'll provide that to the DCR, to all of our neighbors within probably about 750 square feet, explain the reasons about the buffer rules, which, we weren't fully aware of when we applied, but again, we did have the support of the DCR on confirming our buffers. But I do think it's important to know what's going on with the school district, if there's anything that they view about our property that is going to be detrimental to children going by and things like that, and collaborate with them, as well as the neighbors. I think Daryl spoke on it, and it's probably one of the most disappointing things. We've only been there for a month, which is a very short time. A lot of the complaints that were brought up, you could say, were likely happening in the neighborhood before we were there. There was even a call about somebody defecating in the streets, and I'm pretty sure that wasn't one of our customers. And we do have security there. So it's kind of our hope that in writing a letter and formally introducing ourselves to the community, that we'll hear directly from people, so we don't have to come to committee meetings and things like that, and that hopefully the neighborhood council will be more proactive in their outreach to us as well. So yes, we do plan on reaching out to LBU or LAUSD. We have not yet because we weren't aware of the problem until recently.
We have heard a lot about Eagle Rock. We've heard a lot from Eagle Rock residents and constituents about cannabis activity in that community. I can safely say a lot of what we've heard pre-existed your opening a month ago. A lot of the woes that have existed in that community have been there for quite some time. So you can't really attribute that to you. So thank you for that. I don't have any other questions or comments at this time.
This Commissioner Farnby, thanks, Madam President. I wanted to speak on that because it is something that this body has noticed. And I do believe that I'm a strong believer in, really being in partnership with the community, being a part of the community. I think that that's important. I think the other part of it too is kind of being honest about what is and what isn't, right? I think if you're going to forge a meaningful relationship, then it should be based on, truth and folks being of like mind. And sometimes there's just some pre-existing things that take place before that kind of gets in the way of that. which is why I was kind of making a point earlier. I think being able to have a conversation, being that you're going to be in this symbiote relationship kind of in the neighborhood, it doesn't hurt. Right. I think it helps. Right. And so I do think that there's a little bit of that happening here, just kind of just based on what I've read and hearing your report. And I would, just kind of speaking frankly, I do think it would be advantageous for all parties to be able to have that communication. You're there, right? You're there, they're there. Let's see if we can have a conversation and see if there's some sort of meeting of the minds. But I do want to commend you for sticking around to the last last hour here. And thank you for your very thorough report today.
Thank you. As Commissioner President Mason said, this is serious and we take it very seriously. So we wanted to stick around so you guys can see our face and know that we are here. Like you said, we just got to the neighborhood. So community engagement is very important to me and us and the brand. So give us time. We will show that we can be more engaged in the community. We've already done a good portion of that within the month we've been operational. So with that, moving forward, we'll be able to, implement more things as time goes on.
This is Vice President Nash. I want to echo the comments that President Mason and Commissioner Farmy have made in terms of your confronting the issues that were brought up at the meeting with the neighbors. And it just sounds like you've done a fantastic job, and that is very commendable. And based on your presentation, it seems like you're a very good operator, and I appreciate that. Unfortunately, from my perspective, there is this proximity to this sensitive use, and you have to take my word for it. I've spent a fair amount of time looking at it, and I'm not so sure it's clear one way or the other, and it could be a novel issue that will have to be addressed. But I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are on to deliberations. Let's go.
This is Vice President Nash. So I kind of laid it out there. In my mind, there's a school. The school also owns the 4505 property or lot, however you want to refer to it. They're tied together. They're considered one parcel. And for that reason, I think it's in violation of the 700-foot sensitive use provision.
Commissioner Flamby. Jason, if you can, what Vice President Nash is referring to, is that operable? Is that in use, the parcel that he's referring to, within the 700 feet?
I had a significantly longer presentation that I was advised not to provide, but my best response is if you look at LAUSD's headquarters, they have an early education center on the 17th floor of that building. That primary purpose is an administrative building. That early education center does not meet the definition of a school. That parcel is owned by LAUSD. Los Angeles Unified School District is a person that owns a plot of land, and they have different uses on those plots of land. Every LAUSD property does not meet the legal definition of school under LAMC Code 105. In this situation, the parcels of land, and there's multiple lots which are parcels of land for our purposes, are owned by LAUSD. And the parcel in question has two uses. One of those uses is an early education center that lost its funding, and it does not currently have a license to engage in a preschool. The other use is tied to the Toland Elementary School, which is at 4545 Toland Way. From the department's perspective, LAUSD is the person that owns the land, and LAUSD has two uses on that land. One is a use that would be defined as a daycare center if they currently had their license. The other would be the school. And for that reason, we measured from the closest exterior wall of the commercial cannabis business to the fence of the school as required by the code when the lot is not for the exclusive use of the sensitive use. And in my mind, that lot can never be the exclusive use of the school unless the school was actually providing in-person schooling for the grades K through 12 at 4505 Poland Way, which is not the case. So I do not believe capital S school has exclusive use of the lot, and LAUSD's own records do not reflect that. And in fact, LAUSD, who has received notice for this hearing, has not submitted a letter opposing how the city did the measurements, which they've done for other cases that have come before this body.
Thank you.
The thoughts on LAUSD. I understand Commissioner Nash's point of view, Vice President Nash's point of view, and I also grasp Jason's explanations as well. I do agree that LAUSD does own various properties that are not necessarily schools. They are used for other purposes, administrative, storage, et cetera, So in those cases, I have to ask myself, would I consider those a sensitive use if they're not operating in a school in a sensitive use capacity, just because LAUSD is the owner? And in those cases, I would not. And so based on how Jason did measure, we're talking about yet another property owned by LAUSD that is not operating as a sensitive use site. I would have to apply the same logic across the board.
Mhm. Thank you for that. This is Commissioner Fondy. Jason, are there any kids around? I mean, any children like in the vicinity of within the 700 feet?
I mean, there's residential properties. The cannabis business is on the other side of the commercial boulevard. The early education center and school are neighbors, direct neighbors to a large Sparklets facility that have industrial trucks and things coming and going at all times of the day. And there's a lot of manufacturing and related activities happening adjacent to the school. As the speakers have mentioned, as the department has mentioned, we've actually had very few interactions with members of the community where they think it's too close to the school. I do not feel that it's too close to the school. And I think if I was a parent, and I am a parent, and I had concerns about my children seeing something that I didn't appreciate, I would raise my concerns. I would attend this meeting. But also as a parent, I have the ability to have my kids take a different route to school. So if I am opposed to a cannabis business operating in my neighborhood, I could go down a street and not ever pass that cannabis business. I could walk to the other side of Toland Way and not pass the Sparklets facility and completely miss this commercial cannabis business on my way home. I think I have not heard a lot of concerns from parents about the proximity to their children, but also at the same time as a parent, I have to make decisions to protect my kids from the things that I'm concerned with. And that's my responsibility, not the business's responsibility.
Thank you.
I have a question for the department and for the applicant. Are either of you aware of whether or not that school had a representative present at that neighborhood council meeting?
There was an entire committee. No one specified outside of the head commissioner, so to speak, who identified himself as such. Outside of that, no, there was nobody that identified themselves.
Yeah, there's nobody from the public, to my knowledge. It was just the committee members.
Gotcha.
And
Thank you.
at the department's, I apologize. At the department's administered community meeting, the president of the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council attended, and the two speakers that provided public testimony earlier today attended, but representatives of LAUSD did not attend that meeting.
I mean, to echo something that executive director brought up, I understand this is a sensitive issue, and I understand what you're toiling with is looking at this as an exposure to a sensitive use, but I think something that kind of struck a nerve in listening to that is we haven't necessarily heard complaints from parents. We've heard a lot of complaints from the community of Eagle Rock. And as Commissioner Farnby and President Mason said earlier, there's been a desire to not have cannabis in Eagle Rock for a while, since before we were there. And that was clearly evidenced in our initial outreach, which happened before opening, that never got responded to. We didn't get responded to until 48 hours before commission hearing. They didn't send us an agenda. They never sent us a follow-up. Like Daryl goes there 3, 4, 5 days a week. You know, nobody's come to the door and said anything. And the last thing we want to do is have an impact on children. To executive director's comment, there's a boulevard, there's a giant factory, and then there's these two things. You've got to drive all the way around to see it. You know, we don't have big cannabis leaves out front. You know, yeah, there's some green on the site because that's associative, but you know, these are also children who drive with their parents, and it's not clear what our business is necessarily. But we never heard from any of those parents, I think is an important indication of that outreach.
For myself, I've gone door to door. I've spoken to many of the residents that are local residents on Telewan. They are aware that we're there. I've already expressed to them, we are looking to follow all guidelines that have been put forth by DCR. And if there's any issues as far as loitering, illegal consumption, they have my direct line to contact me. To this day, I haven't seen or heard of anything. Nobody has come and said anything. Nobody has placed a call. As you can see, we're open to receive any kind of community feedback so we can adjust. But we haven't gotten that at all.
This is
Thank
Vice
you.
President Nash. I just wanted to respond to some of the comments that President Mason made. And I'm mindful of the fact that LAUSD could own lots of properties that are not sensitive uses. My issue with this one is that it is right next to a school. It is on, quote, the same parcel, same APN number, and it's definitely been used for children's activities in the past. And you know, for those reasons, and the fact that it's exclusively under the control of the school at this time. If it was leased to somebody else, if there was some other type of activity going on there, then my concerns would not be as strong. But because it is under the exclusive control of the school, its proximity, the fact that it's tied together on the same parcel, those are the issues that I'm struggling with.
And I respect that. You know, I respect your opinion, and I totally get that. We never want to place children. They are not fodder, they are not capital, and we never want to place them in any sort of harm's way when it comes to public safety. So I certainly do respect that. My struggle is what the law says, and there's a fracture there for me when it comes to this particular scenario. And I wish it were more clear in speaking to this scenario, and everything is, subject to interpretation in this case, and that makes it very challenging when we have an applicant who clearly has authentically demonstrated a desire to do good in that community. So here we are.
Mhm. Yeah, this is Commissioner Farmbee. I totally get, I've heard both sides of the coin here. Last meeting, I had a struggle, even though I know what the law says, when I raised the question around a business that was open right next to a church that children attend, right? I get what the law says. I asked the question. Jason answered the question. I was like, okay. Didn't mean that it didn't stir up things for me. It did, and it still does. But as a commissioner on this body, I believe part of our responsibility is to enforce and make decisions based on the parameters that are in front of us, right? And I think that this is not going to be the only time we're faced with like this dilemma is what
Gray
I'll
area.
yeah, gray
Very
area,
gray.
right? So I've listened to Vice President Nash very distinctively. I was trying to understand his rationale. I think I'm very clear on where he sits because I see it in his body language and how he's expressing it. So I understand that, and I'm very clear on that. I'm also clear on what the law says, right? And for me, just putting myself in the situation just as recently as the last meeting was in that same place. Even though it's more explicit and more direct and clean, because it wasn't a school, it was a different type of facility. So it was easier in that sense. But nonetheless, it still stirred up things in me, right, in terms of how I felt about it. So in my opinion, just speaking on this, I feel that kind of erring on side of what the law states and defining what the sensitive area is, and it being defined as a school with a capital S seems to be at least for me the determining factor in terms of my where what my perspective is.
All right. I think that is the end of deliberations. Yes. Then, is there a motion?
Up here. I'll make a motion. All righty. On item number 23, DCR Core Record number 310116, applicant for Nordoff Company LLC in the Eagle Rock area. Business premise is 4515 York Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation according to their report.
Is there a second? This is President Mason. I will second. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmbee, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Nay.
The motion fails.
This is Emily Water from the City Attorney's Office. I think we already discussed this before under ROP 8.5. There's a failure to act. And so this matter would be automatically continued until our next meeting, which is September 19th, wherein there will be 3 commissioners present, Commissioners Farmbee, Lim, and Nash. So you can either allow that to happen, or you can engage in further deliberations and perhaps think about continuing this matter to another date. Last time you thought that November 7th was a good idea because that was the next meeting in which, at least as of now, we think that all 5 commissioners will be present. Just a suggestion.
This is Vice President Nash. What was the date of that meeting when?
November 7th.
November 7th.
Yeah. That's for all of us, right?
Yes.
And if you are so inclined to make it that motion to continue, I would state then on the record that the motion to continue is being made due to the the prior vote, which resulted in a failure to act under the commission's ROPs.
This is President Mason, based on the results of the prior motion that resulted in a failure. I'm going to move that we continue this item to November 7th, when all 5 commissioners are scheduled to be present.
I second it.
Mr. Beazle, please call the roll.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. The time is 7:40 PM. And thank you, commissioners, for sitting through this one this evening and for the great deliberations. Thank you to the staff for your input and wisdom and guidance. This meeting is now adjourned.